in theory, just needs to work. That's enough. That's in some social media or whatever. Just in theory, it's not.
Yeah, this is the thing, yeah. Good. Very nice.
Okay, let's start, and for this full day conference and hybrid conference, and I welcome all the audience. It's still so nice to have an audience and not speak only to a screen. On the way to zero net mobility. But before starting and giving a few words about the context and the goal of the conference, I would like to apologize because it's like a caricature if you see the balance between men and women in the whole day. That's it's like a car is still a question for men, and there is very unbalanced, I think the most unbalanced activity we had in 15 years. And we try our best to find and to invite, but each time we invite someone, she said, okay, but I cannot do that, but ask my colleague, and unfortunately, the colleague was a male and not a female. So apologize for that. I think Maria Nikolova and Bella did her best to have less unbalanced, but it's really unbalanced. It's not the tradition, I want to say, at the beginning of the Institute. Last session that I had is with full female economists, so that's and we have the big conference. We pay a lot of attention. This one, unfortunately, it was not possible, and I want to apologize for that. I think this conference is really important. Not to say about what is happening now in Ukraine and the war and all the geopolitical question linked to the war, certainly, but also to the energy and the energy system in the world, and the impact on the transition could be going quicker or going slower, we will see. So this project is really important. It's the end of 1 year project, and we decided to do that today because it's also the last day of Pete, who was contacting the Climate Foundation, and it was so great to work with him and the Climate Foundation, but in particular with him, that we really we decide to have the conference when he's still working, and from tomorrow he will have another job. So I would like to thank the Climate Foundation, the good cooperation, and Pete in particular, for this kind of intellectual input. It was not only about money, it was about intellectual input, exchange, and having a deep conversation. I would like also to thank all the researchers. It's a huge project, and we will have a lot of speakers. Not all the speakers, was not possible to have all the contributor to this project. And I think that you will see with the publication, in each publication you learn something, and that's important. Not only we learn something, and something that is not in the newspaper, is something different, but also we pay a lot of attention to have something which is coherent, and that the different author can speak from different perspectives, but also from different countries, and you will see that the results are rather different, or the question could be rather different if you are in France, in Germany, or in Hungary. So this element is very important, and I think the word mobility is, I think, for me, the key word, because if you look to the challenge, you have very different results if you go on the core business, the engine. If you go a little bit broader and you take the broader view, what is the car sector, if you had the garage, if you put the battery, if you put the electronic, etc. But at the end of the day, and we will have the result of the research, is also the kind of mobility we will decide collectively, and the authority will push for in the future. It's really, as I always said, very different if our future is to have a traffic jam in electric car, or completely different way of mobility, and that will also impact the result in medium term of the sector. And finally, I would like to thank the actors, because this project could not have been done if the trade union, and in particular ETUI and Industrial Hall, but not only, were not involved in the project. So it's a project with research, it's a project supported by the ECF, but it's also a project with a constant dialogue with the trade union and the trade union movement, but not only with the trade union movement. We are open to the discussion, as you will see in the final panel, to all the actors in those sectors. And my last word will go to Bella, that did a fantastic work, and he survived to this project and other project, and push people to deliver the best paper possible. So I was sorry a little bit longer than usual, but I think it's a project that we had a lot of projects in the institute, but this one I appreciate particularly, and I put personally a lot of time to read and to understand and learn from that. So thank you all, and I will be with you in the audience during the World Day. So Pete, thank you to be with us, and I give you the floor now.
Excellent. Thanks, Philippe, and hello to everyone. So it's a great pleasure to see this project coming to fruition. The European Climate Foundation has been interested in e-mobility for the last 10 years. As you know, one of the major solutions towards achieving a climate neutral economy, which is our goal at the European Climate Foundation. And so we're very happy to have supported research and dialogue and thought leadership in this space by everyone involved in this project. Apart from being very interested in e-mobility, the European Climate Foundation is very committed to a just transition. We think that the most successful transition in Europe is going to be a just transition, and it can demonstrate to the world that a climate neutral society is not just possible but desirable. At the same time, we've known for a very long time that this will, that the mobility part of that transition is likely to be very disruptive. And we've been funding studies, research, dialogue for 10 years now, looking into this. And one of the things that has become clear over the last 10 years is that it's very important, the scope that you're looking at, and Philippe alluded to that. At the one level, if you look just at the powertrain of a car, very clearly the transition to electromobility creates job losses, particularly for suppliers of components that are purely combustion components. Yeah? But if you expand the scope to include the whole car, it becomes a bit less stark. And in fact, if you include the whole energy system that surrounds the mobility, it starts to look relatively neutral in terms of the employment impacts. And then if you look at the whole economy and take account of the energy trade balance of Europe, it actually starts to look like a positive transition from an employment perspective. So very important, the scope of the question. But in all of that, you can't deny the facts that there will be, even if you're taking the big macro view and it all looks very positive, you can't deny that there will be very, very large disruptions to employment in many regions. And that has to be handled very carefully and sensitively to ensure that communities are not stranded along the way. The other thing that we've learned and has not been so well understood in the past is that this is a dynamic transition. Yeah, just to look at it in terms of a job impacts compared to some theoretical counterfactual does not really reveal how to make smart choices. And one of the questions in all of this, and one of the key questions, I think, is, is the transition to electromobility inevitable? And this is one of the first questions that we've looked at in this project. And I think it's increasingly clear that this transition to electromobility is inevitable. Firstly, climate change is being taken increasingly serious in mainstream politics, and greater and greater commitment to avoiding climate catastrophe. And we see the climate change impacts starting to be felt day to day through floods and wildfires and the such like, much sooner than the models had initially suggested. So I think that is clear. That imperative is clear. At the same time, within a world that is rapidly urbanizing, the whole question of urban air quality becomes more and more important, and more cities are acting to ensure that their citizens are breathing healthy and clean air. And much more knowledge has been revealed in recent years about the health impacts, and it has been much more clearly tied to the emissions from combustion engines in particular. At the same time, there's been more clarity about some of the sort of supposed alternatives. Biofuels, there's been an increased understanding of how that competes with food and impacts on food prices, and particularly with the situation at the moment with the invasion of Ukraine, leading to food price increases. It's another reminder that biofuels, although they do have an important role to play in the transition, it is most likely not well, it is not within within passenger transport. And then other sort of supposed alternatives such as electrofuels. We increasingly understand the business case for that, and we increasingly understand that they will be extremely expensive. They will push up the cost of combustion, of running a combustion engine vehicle, and in fact, they will hasten the transition to electromobility just through the economics of trying to go through an expensive fuel pathway. And of course, neither of those options help in the reducing air pollution. Another factor that's come in recently is the falling costs of batteries, and electromobility has become affordable and in fact desirable as new models come onto the market that we could not have imagined even 5 years ago. And then finally, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the energy security question has become far more important. And, you know, you can't avoid the fact that, you know, we are funding, Europe is funding the Russian military machine. I just checked just before the webinar, since the invasion, European countries have sent 12.6 billion euros to Russia in return for their oil. And ending that European addiction to Russian oil and gas has become a key political priority. So I think it starts to become clear that the transition to electromobility is inevitable. And if it is inevitable, that Europe must compete on the technologies that will power the mobility of the future. And this is, in a way, answers this question about, you know, is it a dynamic transition? Of course it is. And Europe needs to move carefully but rapidly in order to maintain its competitive position in global automotive markets. So that being the case, I think the key question then is, what are the key elements of success? And that's the fascinating question that will be explored today. The various researchers involved in the project have done a fantastic job. The reports that I've seen coming out always bring new insights. There's always something surprising, always something fascinating. And I'm really looking forward to listening to that today. And I'm sure you'll all find it really fascinating. And so I won't take any more time. I will leave the floor to the many expert speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. And now Bella will try to give a summary of so rich research in 20 minutes. Bella, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Philip, and good morning, everybody. I think I will not use so much time, just give a quick overview. Some has already been said, not least by Pete. So our scheme to start this project, which happened in November 2020, so it is an 18 months project now coming to an end. So the first question was about indeed inevitability. Is it inevitable that we are heading for zero emission vehicles, and the main way to achieve this will be the battery electric vehicle? After some debates, and we are aware that there are still some corners of Europe where it is not fully shared, but day by day, it is getting more inevitable. This is where the journey is going. And this is also, well, initially and rightly, it is driven by policies. Very concrete policies to achieve zero carbon mobility. which is a necessity to control climate change. Apart from that, and all over the zigzags of the last 20 years, which don't need to talk about self-regulation at the beginning and different manipulations, how the car industry was trying to show itself greener. But with all that, we arrived to a point when there are no questions anymore. And it is not only about policy, it is indeed the markets were changing. It is technology. So everything moves. A car company doesn't need to have climate-friendly thinking or be a climate enthusiast to go for a battery electric vehicle. It is the pure market question. Now, from this point, the question was, of course, that how Europe is positioned in this situation. We have to see clearly, and this is also something that became clearer during the project, that electrification of the powertrain itself, so changing the propulsion system from combustion engine to full electric, is, well, it's a significant change with very significant effects and indeed employment effects. But actually, the bigger issue around all this, that having embarked on this change, the whole system of the industry is being changed. So this means that the economic geography of the entire car industry is profoundly changing. The value chains are set up newly. Supplier-manufacturer relationships are being changed. There are regional, huge new divisions in labor, and there is, the cards are being reshuffled. So this means that incumbent market positions that were inevitable for decades of time, were suddenly questioned fundamentally. New entrants came into the market. Competition from the US and China became evident, and in some cases also they suddenly were in the stronger position. So everything was reshuffled, and that is actually the real challenge. How in this new situation, Europe is reasserting itself, how Europe gets its competence, preserves or even defends its market share, and what all that means for employment. So this is actually what was kind of the decisive issue, and not to forget that within this new rearrangement, the whole composition of the value added is different. We have this thing, the battery, that is giving at the current stage 36% of the value added of a car, which is quite huge, and that is kind of a new thing, and this is where Asian manufacturers and producers up to this moment are in the absolute dominant position. So Europe really had to start, quite from a low point, and this was a critical issue. And what we have seen, and we will see this morning much more in detail, that this is some sort of a success story from a European point of view. There is much development here, much technology development. innovation networks in Europe had been set up, and Europe is quickly increasing its market share in batteries, so it looks rather good. We will see a little bit of a different point of view from China also this morning that will raise some further questions about where Europe is going. So on the employment, yes, we will have different insights. And certainly that is true that the powertrain itself is kind of the victim and their employment effects are rather harsh, both on supplier and manufacturer side. Whereas other parts of the value chain, indeed the battery, then all the electronics, so the autonomous driving systems that will be very important, the higher value software, and indeed also the charging station and etc. Components are well, in a way, compensating losses. But of course, we know that these are distributed in very different ways in regions and in countries. And that is actually the bigger, these regional disparities will be actually the real issue. And then we will see how to manage this process. So what we have, just to move the slide one. Oh, yeah, no, but it was moving too much. I just wanted to show here what kind of studies we have here. A little overview. So, well, we have European overview that Tommaso will present right after me. We have country insights, Germany, France. From Central Europe, we have Czechia, Slovakia, Poland, Romania, Hungary. We have Chinese perspective of the entire process. And we have a political economy overview of kind of managing. Yeah, but it doesn't go. But okay, it's fine. I can do it the right one. I mean, this was the right one, no? Okay. Now, well, yeah, these were, okay, thank you. So these were actually the countries, but we are, so the project will end, end of May, and well, publications and kind of multi-channel communication and publications will follow. So not so much more to say, so because this is what I was actually saying. What we found, well, inevitability, yes. I have to come back to the new geopolitical constellation after Russia's invasion. That in a way, then it is absolutely clear now that everything points to the same direction now. So climate policy, energy security, industrial competitiveness, all fully aligned now. So everything goes out of fossil fuel and as quickly as possible. This is kind of, at the same time, we know that there are, well, we would say short-term turbulences now, and this is certainly what the social aspects and mobility poverty, transport poverty is concerned. It is aggravating now. And this makes the transition, of course, also more difficult. And we also know that there are further disruptions in the value chain due to this situation. And what I would say is not yet very clear how the further deglobalization that will be the consequence of this conflict will affect the automobile industry as a whole, because we are already in a deglobalization phase, but this is getting another kick by this event. And how will this actually affect the industry? This is what we don't know, but there are certain uncertainties here. Yes, indeed, the regional disparities and the effects are one of the very key points. We will see that in the studies where we see rather self-confident and assertive Germany. France, well, I wouldn't say to portray France as a victim, but in a way, very much under pressure and trying to, well, find a new foothold in the new situation, which is, well, in a way difficult. Central Europe in full uncertainty, due also to the vulnerability, because all the decisions are taken in the core, Germany, France, Italy, and well, there is much up in the air, even if Central Europe is a kind of a major center of automobile industry. There are, of course, positive development there, what we will also see. Then we will also make recommendations, just to say a few. These are known. Well, we are very, very much for having a just transition facility fund dedicated to the automobile industry. It is absolutely well, hard to understand that the car industry is not seen by the Commission as affected. It is not a carbon-intensive industry, yes, not, but the product itself is very much so, and everything changes in the industry much more than anywhere else. So here we definitely need concrete policies. A framework also to provide guidance and also to address the very different capacities in the regions, because whereas, as we see, Germany is very well equipped in terms of managing transitions, and the actors' roles and the institutions is very well developed, but it is absolutely not the case in other parts of Europe. And that's why the capacity for managing this change is very different all over Europe. So we need kind of some guidance for that. The distributional effects, to manage the distributional effects of this huge change is absolutely important. How we manage the change of the car fleet, tens of millions of cars that are not accessible, not affordable. The second-hand car market in Europe, it is simply impossible that Central Europe is kind of a depository for end-of-life cycle, high-emission combustion engines. At the same time, well, so this will be an important issue to look at. Of course, a rapid expansion of the charging infrastructure is necessary. The electricity grids need to be strengthened, because there will be much more demand for electricity when all the cars will be driven by that. Also, of course, we need much more renewable energy. And then just a little thing at the end, that electricity markets also need some re-regulation, because what we know now, that currently the electricity price is driven by fossil fuel, And this is a very bad incentive. That's on my side now. Thank you very much.
Thank
oh,
you.
yes, and this is not the future.
That's not the future. Thank you, Bella. You will have the chair. We have already 2 questions, so don't hesitate to put your question in the Q&A. And the 2 are more on the same domain, what are about the raw material, the critical material need for zero emission. So continue to have the question. We will see what is the best moment to answer. And now we have Tommaso from GRPSA, France. We will give the first presentation. Thank you, Tommaso, for coming here.
Thank you, Philippe. I live in Brussels, not very difficult for me to be here. Well, and thank you very much for making me part of this project. I think we had already a series of workshops that were extremely interesting, and that also gave me the opportunity to dive more into the European regulatory framework that has been a topic of interest of me. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. So I'm waiting for these slides to appear. I've been told that it takes some time, so and so what I'm going to talk about is both looking not only at the future but also the past. So I would like to start with looking back at the problem that we are facing. So we start with the problems, and the problem is that the transport sector was expected to reduce between 1990 today by 40% their CO2 emissions in order to keep track with the target of carbon neutrality in 2050. Now, what has been happening is that the transport sector has gone exactly in the opposite way. So we have increased emissions by 30%. So that is the only sector in Europe that has followed this awful track. And passenger cars represent roughly 50% of these emissions, and they are the main culprit. So the first question I really would like to put on the table is why this has happened. Why the European regulation that has been in place since 1992, on a voluntary basis since 1998, on a compulsory basis since 2009, has completely failed to drive down CO2 emissions in the transport sector and in the car industry. So why the industry, the automotive industry, which is, we know, the main investor in R&D in Europe, has failed to deliver this CO2 reduction? So that would be my first question. And then I will look to the solution, which appears more electrification, and try to put in perspective with the problem. So now we know that we are in big trouble because, well, we have drifted away from the target. So that's why the European Commission has introduced, for the automotive sector in particular, a very harsh amendment to its CO2 regulation in order to bring back this trajectory on track, which is the 55% reduction of CO2 emission that has been announced these last years, and it will be put into law these years for the CO2 in the automotive sector between 2021 and 2030. That is the reason why we need to increase drastically electrification, otherwise the industry will never be able to achieve this target. Now, there are 2 causes that explain this double failure. The first one is that the EU regulation focuses on the top of the iceberg, new car sales. The iceberg is the car fleet. And there is no regulation in Europe and very few regulation in national states that deal with the fleet, that deal with the fact that the fleet should be contained and should be made greener. Now, actually, during the last 20 years, the fleet in Europe has increased substantially by 30%. When you look at the number of cars per 1,000 inhabitants, this has increased by 25%. So in Europe, there is a need for new cars, but new cars are too expensive. So when you look at the number of new cars sold per 1,000 inhabitants, actually these have decreased by 5%. So what is happening is that the fleet is growing. And of course, if it's growing, is emitting more CO2 emissions. And at the same time, it's growing by getting older, by aging, so that the new technologies are not really getting into the market as fast as it should. Then this is just part of the problem, but is outside the regulations. There is no regulation at all that are dealing with the fleet so far in Europe. And as I say, national states are very weak about that. Nobody wants to prevent citizens to have a car, but this is also part of the program. Now, this is the second problem. This is what the automotive industry was supposed to deliver during the last 20 years. Okay, this is the reduction of CO2 emissions that was the path that the industry was supposed to follow, minus 43% between 2000 and 2021. This is what the industry has delivered on the road. Okay, on the road, the industry has delivered just 8% reductions. That is based on what the consumers declare, independent homologation test. The industry has been cheating. And we know that since the Dieselgate. Rather than reducing CO2 emissions on the road, they reduce CO2 emission in the laboratory test. So that's why the industry needs so badly today to go electric. First of all, the Dieselgate has reduced the share of diesels, and diesels were the main technological solution that the European automotive industry has chosen to achieve the CO2 reductions. But you see, the regulation has just followed the same path than before. I mean, the targets before, even if you consider the Fit for 55, there is no revolution here. The industry knew perfectly where they were going in terms of CO2 reduction. There's not been an acceleration. It's just that now we know that they were cheating. So that's what the industry needs to do. It needs not only to reduce CO2 emissions on the base of what was expected, but on the top of that, the Commission was forced, it was very unpleasant before, but was forced by the Dieselgate to change the homologation test, to introduce on-board device so that this optimization will be gone by 2033. It's taking place slowly, but that is going to go. So the industry has to reduce not by 55%, but by 74% of CO2 emission. That is the reality of that, which is 8 times more that was as achieved in the last 20 years. And he has to do that in 9 years. So that's why we need to go electric. I mean, we need to do that for the planet. But if the industry goes electric, it's because it has no choice in order to comply with the regulation because of its past failures. So why this is happening? I mean, why the main investor in R&D has failed so badly to reduce CO2 emission that has eventually decided to cheat in using different type of device to avoid the regulation. Now, this is the main reason. Is what I call the upmarket drift. Is the fact that the average European car sold during the last 20 years has systematically become year after year more powerful, more heavy, more everything, more expensive by 60%. So this is the average price you see on the top. The average European car is today 60% more expensive than 20 years ago. This is almost twice the inflation rate in Europe. And so that means that there is less and less people who can buy these cars. And these cars is basically bought by very wealthy households and mainly in North European countries. If you look at the average sales of new cars in Southern European countries, it's down 40% by comparison at the beginning of the 2000s. So what is the cause of these self-inflicted, because the industry has done that to itself. If you go that up market, it becomes very difficult to reduce CO2. What are the 2 main important parameters in CO2 emissions? Weight and power. If you increase weight by 10%, you increase CO2 emissions by 7%. If you increase power by 10%, increase CO2 emissions by 5%. So the industry was self-inflicting extra CO2 emissions at the time when it was supposed to reduce it by 40%. So why they were doing that? Now, the usual answer you get is because they were greedy. They wanted to sell higher margin cars. And also you had bad consumer preference. Wealthy consumers like SUVs, like distinctions. That is the general explanation you get. I think you don't get the whole picture if you just stop to that. I think that these explanations are fundamentally wrong. I think that the regulatory framework plays here a crucial role. Now, since the early 2000s, we have seen that the German automotive industry in particular, the premium car manufacturers, were in a very tight spot because their cars are structurally more polluting. We know that. More a car is heavier and powerful, more it emits CO2 emissions. So they have been very actively shaping the European regulation in order to protect themselves, which is quite logical. Here we see a citation by Günther Verhoeven, which was the Commissioner for Enterprise Industry of the European Commissions back in the early 2000s, very good friend of the German automotive industry, when it talks about competition. It says, we have to face the global competition and take the lead to be ahead and find the best solution, the best technology, the highest standards in all areas. And that is how the regulation for all the technical parameters of the car have been set since, I would say, the late 90s. So we have the highest standards for safety, the highest standard for noise reduction, the highest standards in all the technological parameters. And this has been put into the regulation also through a series of high working group called CARS 21 or Gear 2030 that have been all created at this time precisely by the German coalitions. And there is a lot of literature in political science that detail exactly how this process is taking place. And so this is creating the upmarket drift. If the cars need to be safer, if the cars need to be more silent, you add weight, you add technology. The problem is that it works for almost all the parameters, even air pollutant. You know, the NOx, you filter them. So it's not a problem if the car is very big or very heavy. It's just a matter of putting the right cost in terms of the filtering technology. So for air pollutant, premium cars are the best. But for CO2, there is a fundamental contradiction. And that contradiction emerged in 2008, when the voluntary target set in 1998 by the Commission for CO2 reduction came to date. It was clear that the generalist car manufacturers, those who were manufacturing cars that were much lighter, cheaper and less polluting, they were making the target. It's the green light. They were very close to the target. And actually, Fiat, Renault, PSA, they all made the target. The premium car manufacturers and Volkswagen were very far from that target. They couldn't make the target at all. That was also precisely at the time when they started to cheat. I mean, they realized that they couldn't make the target. So from a model to another, here you see the Volkswagen Passat, you see the optimization rate. You know, when the new models start to be introduced in the late 2000 and the early 2010, and you see a jump in the optimization rate. They realized that they couldn't reduce CO2 emissions. Their cars were getting so much heavier, so more powerful, that even if you put more diesel, more direct gasoline injection, it was simply not possible. And so what happened? So there is a war, a really strong political war between the generalist car manufacturer and the premium car manufacturer. And to make the things very short, the premium won. So what happened when the new regulation has been set up, the one that is still in place today, is that they introduce weight-based targets in the CO2 regulation. What does it mean? It means that if a car maker sells heavier cars, well, their targets are less demanding. More important, as was prophetically put by a publication by Transport and Environment in 2007, 15 years ago, it says weight-based CO2 standards for cars are very bad for the following reason. They punish positive action. Car makers who reduce their vehicle weight, one of the most important paths to capping CO2 emissions, would be faced with the stricter CO2 standards. Therefore, they do not help to break the trend towards heavier vehicles, which is one of the major reasons why car CO2 emissions have not come down quickly enough in recent years. How prophetic that was. That was, say, 15 years ago. So what happened here is that the generalist car manufacturer that was in the pole position in reducing CO2 emissions, now they have to play by the same rules than the premium car industry. The only way they can reduce CO2 emissions is by making more diesel, more direct injection gasoline cars, which are more expensive and which will be more heavy. And that's what happened during the last 15 years. It's been the upmarket drift concerns all the brands. This is the weight. You can see I divided the data from the European Environmental Agency between premium brands, Mercedes, BMW, Audi, and Volvo, Volkswagen brand, which is an hybrid one because it's the most upmarket brand amongst the generalist one, and the generalist one, which is Renault, Peugeot, Citroën, Fiat, Ford, and Opel. You can see that in terms of mass, they all go up. There is no more distinction. They all go up more or less by the same amount. Volkswagen goes, the one that goes more upmarket, but all go up by 10, 15% at the end of the period. Engine power, the same. Of course, there are differences, but they all follow the same path. Price is the same. A generalist car has increased in price exactly by the same amount as a premium car during the last 20 years. Why? If you need to make more diesel, more advanced technology cars, well, you need to increase the price. So what is the result in terms of market share? Of course, this is a game that the premium brands win by all means. It's much easier for them to get greener by making expensive diesel and gasoline injection cars. So plus 40%, 50% for the diesel, for the premium brands in terms of market share during the last 20 years, minus 40% for the generalist brands. This has been a complete distortion of the competition rules in Europe. And this is a paradox because you have a regulation that was supposed to make cars greener, but it actually has pushed diesel, which we know there were not such greener cars. And it also has pushed the cars that are the most heavy, the most pollutant, and the most expensive. These are the cars that have gained 40% market share. So that's why you see that the average European car is going up market, also because the sales are shifting from the generalist brands to the premium brands. So have we changed this regulation after the Dieselgate? No, we didn't. It's the same regulation. The upmarket drift is there. The weight-based targets are there. Nothing has been changed. What has been changed? The technology. So now we go electric. Now, the problem is that there are different ways to go electric. You can go electric and go down market. We will see what is happening in China, where the best sold model are very cheap micro A cars that are available to the average consumer, but you could also go up market. And that's what is happening in Europe in the last 2 years, that we have seen an acceleration of the upmarket drift. That was the reason, the main cause of the Dieselgate, of all the problems we had in the past. We keep it. So you can see that in battery electric vehicles, the generalist car manufacturers, thanks in particular to Renault, had a short advance, but they've been already caught up by the premium brands. And Volkswagen has stepped ahead as the main producer of battery electric vehicles in Europe. And when you look at the plug-in hybrids, which are by definition the most premium cars you have in the market, well, 16% of the cars sold by the premium brands are already plug-in hybrid in 2020. And so what happened in 2020 is that we've seen the sales of the premium brands go up in just 1 year by 7%, and the sales of the generalist brands go down in only 1 year by 4%. And we see the weight of the car and the price of the car go up very fast, 4 times faster than we've seen in the last 20 years. So when we look at the average non-electric cars that represent still 3/3 of the market, there are still heavy cars, but not so much. If you look at the gasoline car, it's 1,300 kilograms. When you look at the electric cars, you add 400 kilos. This is the average European electric car sold in 2020. When you look at plug-in hybrids, you add 600 kilos. And when you look at the diesel plug-in hybrid, 900 kilos are added by comparison with the gasoline cars. Now, of course, these cars are tremendously expensive. How they cannot be? And of course, these cars are mainly produced by premium brands. So what is happening is that electrification has been caught up in the upmarket drift. It could have been used to reverse the trend, to make cars more affordable, lighter, because for an electric cars, weight and power are even more important than for internal combustion engine cars. An internal combustion car will increase the power of the engine and you make a bigger reservoir. With the battery car, you need to increase the size of the battery. Battery weighs hundreds of kilograms. That increase the size of the car, and then you need to put more brakes, more safety dimensions to that, so the cars get bigger and bigger, fatter and fatter, heavier and heavier, and incredibly expensive for the car makers to make, for the consumers to buy. So that is what happened to the average battery electric vehicles in Europe during the last 10 years. It has gained 600 kilograms during the last 10 years. I compare with the cars, so the Bolloré blue car is a 1,000 kilo car. You compare on the right, you have 2 tons cars. That's what happened. And that is a problem. It's a problem for affordability, and it's a problem also for manufacturing cost. So when you look at the impact study made by the European Commission for the Fit for 55 proposal, the one that is going to set the new CO2 target for the automotive industry, is written that while the price of batteries has fallen by 8% between 2010 and 2019, the average battery electric vehicle price increased by more than 40% in Europe between 2011 and 2019, as manufacturers were focused on premium and larger mid-sized cars. And it identifies affordability as the main problem in the diffusion of electric cars for the next 10 years. Does it suggest, these impact studies, any solution to that problem? No. Does it suggest to revert the upmarket drift? No. When we look at China, we see that another path is possible. The best sold electric vehicle in China is what you see there, is a mini car that costs $5,000 and is sold without state subsidized, and is the best sold car in China. So another way is possible. It's not the way that the European market and the European Union has chosen. So what does it mean in terms of transition? It means that to produce electric cars in Europe, it will be extremely costly. And to make it affordable for the wealthy consumer, not for the average consumer, it will be extremely challenging. So when Carlos Tavares, which is now the CEO of the main generalist car group, which has put together all these generalist brands that have been falling in market share in the last 20 years, has been questioned, can you protect the workers in these transitions? He answered, this question should be made to the people who make the regulation. We are not magicians. We are just managing properly the consequence of what has been decided. We have to digest 50% of additional costs. This, of course, to make these type of electric cars, 50% of additional costs. This means digesting 10% productivity gains per year in the next 5 years. But this was before the Ukrainian war. Now with the Ukrainian war, the inflation going, inflation forecasts in Europe are doubling. We're looking at 50% per hour productive gains in order to break even in this story. And how the automotive industry in Europe is dealing with that historically during the last 20 years, downsizing and relocating. This is what has been happening in the last 20 years, with the only exception of Germany. You see the employment on red of the EU 14 countries in the automotive industry. You see the employment in blue in the Central Eastern European country and new member states. They are crossing. And do this production in Central Eastern European is dedicated to the markets of these countries? Not at all. They export 99% of what they produce. So we downsize the industry and we relocate to low-cost countries. That is how you digest the extra cost. Now, during the past 20 years, it was 3% productivity gains per year. Now we are talking about 3-5 times more. So that's what is going to happen. And what about labor costs? Well, this process is, of course, reducing labor costs in Europe. If you take the average labor cost in Europe, taking away, once again, Germany, which has been protected by its premium specialization, you see that in blue, the average personal cost in the automotive industry has just increased by 15% during the last 20 years. It's twice less than the inflation. You see the average gross value added is up by 50%. So this is not a favorable transition for workers, not at all. It's not been in the past. It cannot be in the future because of this reason. On the top of that, you add the impact of the electrification. We don't have to think about electrification as something that is happening on a neutral landscape. Electrification is a reinforced, ultra-accelerated upmarket drift. So these already is creating difficulties that have to be digested. Then you have also electrification, in which you have 40% of the employment, which is dedicated up until now in producing internal combustion engines, that will be gone if the transition is very fast. And of course, the transition must be fast because the car industry was not capable of reducing CO2 emission in the past. And if it keeps producing these very heavy cars, it has to be faster. You understand, more the upmarket drift is working, less the average European car is environmentally friendly, more it has to be electric. There is a direct proportion between these two phenomena. And you can see that this is the red part. It represented 36% of the procurement cost of an average French car in 2019. It will be down to 3%. And the battery and the powertrain, electric powertrain, will represent 45% of the procurement cost of an average electric car in France in 2019. This is 11,000 euros for a car that costs 25,000. And here the employment is 4, 5, 6 times less when you make the proportion that in producing internal combustion engines. So a lot of employment on the top of the productivity reduction will be lost. So I believe that the forecast you see made mostly by global consultants, are very optimistic about the impact of these fast electric transitions on employment. So I would come to the conclusion, in order to keep my time, how can such a fast and upmarket electric transition be just? You have to put the two things together, okay? I think it cannot be just. There's not a way that can be just. The just fund is just a small, even if it was enlarged to the automotive industry, is nothing by comparison to what is going to happen to the automotive industry and their workers. And also, I think that this transition is fundamentally unjust in many other ways. It's unjust because it makes competition in Europe unfair for the generalist brands. And this is a problem for all the countries that produce generalist brands. It is unfair for the consumer who cannot have access to electric cars. And there are more and more consumers who cannot have access to new cars because of this upmarket rate. It is unfair to new member states who don't have a chance to decarbonize their economies under these conditions. So I think that what should be done, and I guess this is very difficult to suggest because it's outside the radar of everybody, is to reverse the upmarket drift. That would be the most rational way to go about it. And there are solutions out there that have been proposed by different ONGs and different organizations that could be used in that way. Phasing out the weight-based targets, which is absolutely an absurdity. Efficiency targets for battery, which are not out there. You know, batteries should be evaluated by how much energy they consume, not by the simple fact they're battery, because an electric vehicles in the current CO2 regulation emits 0 emissions. But if you consider their carbon footprint and their energy they use, they do emit CO2 emissions. And a 2-ton car emits twice CO2 emission than a 1-ton electric cars. So that is also a problem in the future. Credits for weight and mass reduction. Also the Euro NCAP, which is not a European regulation, but worse like one, is a problem because nobody wants to buy cars which has no stars in the Euro NCAP because it says, well, this is not a safe car. But actually by the European regulation, it is. But if you look at the cheapest cars on the market, they all have 3-4 stars Euro NCAP. It's like for marketing obligations, but these raise enormously the cost of producing these cars. So why this is important? To establish a fair competition with premium and generalist brands. I think this is important because generalist brands are those who give cars to the masses. Volkswagen was the cars of the people. I mean, you need cars to be affordable, and that is the job of the generalist brands. That's what they're specialized in. If they're disappearing, nobody would produce these affordable cars for the European citizens. And probably we will see imports from China taking the place of what were before the generalist brands. Not also, we should also think that countries like France, Italy, Spain that produce the generic brands have seen their automotive industry dramatically fall during the last 20 years. Unleash the growth of the emerging markets of EU13. In Europe, we have the only emerging markets that have not emerged during the last 20 years for new cars. We sell in Central and Eastern Europe more or less the same amount of cars we sold after the end of the Soviet Union. I mean, it's just like slightly more increase. Why? The cars are too expensive for this people. Also, there is no regulation of the second-hand market, so they are flooded with imports from Germany, Austria, and Italy. So we need to create markets for new cars, affordable new cars in these markets that, by the way, are becoming the most important contributors to CO2 emissions in transport sector in Europe. Provide affordable and greener electric vehicles to more, possibly all consumers. These cars are not affordable, cannot be affordable. And even if you think that in 10, 15 years time will be available as second-hand cars, that's too long, it's too much, too difficult. Reduce the need for unnecessary electrification. Now, in the current configuration, electrification will be very disruptive. The market will shrink. If cars become more expensive, you produce less cars. And you will need more electric cars because the market will shrink with very heavy cars. So the cars that remain are very polluting, so you need more electrification. So for all these reasons, I think that it would be extremely important to build a political coalitions, send the message out as in the bottle, to try to reverse the upmarket drift. I think that would also be important for the competitiveness reason that were evoked by Bela before, because in China, they are doing that. They have created regulation that look at the efficiency of the battery, of the efficiency of the electric vehicle. They are pushing vehicles in the lower end of the market. They are looking at all these issues and are creating a very competitive automotive industry made by Chinese car manufacturers. It's not anymore the joint ventures where Volkswagen or GM are present. It's the Chinese manufacturers that are taking control of this lower end of the market. So I think this is also very important in terms of competitiveness. And well, that will be my final word. Thank you very much for your attention.
It's me. Okay. So, Tommaso, really thank you very much. It was starting an important discussion, and really kind of what is just you put it in really a good perspective. So we move on with the battery. Ines and Wolfgang from M5 Karlsruhe, Germany, would present us their study on the battery value chain. That is kind of the critical part. So,
okay.
Hi. Hello, Wolfgang. Hey.
Hello, Bela. Thank you. I will share the screen. Is it right? Yes.
Yes.
Sorry. So you can see.
Great. So you have, let's say, 25 minutes, if possible.
Yeah, we can try. Okay, good morning, everybody. So thank you for being able to participate here in this very interesting conference, and also very interesting project. And we have the challenge to contribute here the topics and our analysis on the battery, how it develops. It's called here the battery race, the title here of our presentation. Because it's actually what we see, a race between the different world regions, and we have heard already before that kind of Europe started a bit in the second or third position after China and the US concerning the production of battery cells in particular. And yeah, we see that recently there has been several wake-up calls. I mean, we have heard about the regulation which is forcing electrification already in previous talks, but still it was not always heard, I would argue. But now there have been recent developments that, for instance, in the German market, there was always the most sold car of the new registrations, which is the Volkswagen Golf, in different engine variants. We had a case in September last year where the Golf sold about 6,886 makes or models, vehicles. And the second largest sales numbers came from the Tesla Model 3, which is an electric car. We know all that, of course, and just 58 vehicles sold less in this month from the electric car. And this was an electric car produced outside Europe in that period. And I think is really a wake-up call that when the largest number of sales of one specific make is coming from an electric car, and that was produced outside Europe. So we have seen already what is the market perspective from Tommaso, that over the last 2 years, the share of electric vehicles is increased drastically, sold in Europe. So we are now in Germany, about 25% of the whole new sales are electric, and this includes the battery electric and the plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, where there is a slightly higher share sold of battery electric vehicles. And it's true what also Tommaso explained, that the weight and the value is increasing of these sales, and in particular of the plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. That's what we observed as well. So our numbers are like 56,000 average price of a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, and something like 30,000 is the price of a battery electric vehicle. So there are these market updrift shown by Tommaso. That's the case. So, but what we can clearly state, and this was mentioned by Pete and Bela already, that this EV transition is becoming inevitable, and we see then also that it is of course important that we have a share also in the battery cell production and the battery manufacturing in Europe. And that was a topic of our analysis. And okay, what happened over the last 2 years that affected this battery value chain and the whole automotive industry? There are several important surprising elements, let's say, or in scenario or forecast analysis, they have been even named wildcards. First, there was the pandemic, let's say, which disrupted the supply chains. Then we had chip shortages, which were partially caused by the pandemic, and caused a second disruption of the supply chain. And then we had the Russian-Ukrainian war, where then certain raw materials were getting scarce, and also energy prices of fossil fuels were drastically increasing. So all this showed over the last 2 years that these global supply chains are fragile, and that the industry has built them up without looking at all the risks that are associated. And they were always focusing on gathering the lowest prices, being cost competitive, but not considering the consequences if there are too few suppliers of certain materials or certain components. So there's now the change of this perspective from cost competitiveness to diversification of supply chains. So having more suppliers of certain goods, and having also more localized or nearshoring of such important inputs of components like the battery cell, like the raw materials for the battery cell. So this is what is drastically changing now over the last 2 years, and or it's accelerating, and accelerated by, in particular, these most recent events. So the industry is trying to gain control over the whole battery value chain. And secondly, it's getting more important to work on the recycling of the raw materials to reduce the demand for new raw materials. Of course, this will take some time. We know this because at the moment we don't have sufficient quantity of batteries that will enter the recycling facilities, but it's important to build up this knowledge and skills at the moment to be ready when the number of used batteries is increasing. But that's the impacts that are important to consider on the battery cell production. And with the next slide, I would like to hand over to Ines, please.
Yeah, thank you, and hello to everybody. I will continue with the presentation of our location metrics that we performed to identify attractive European countries for battery cell production. So we collected data and constructed 10 indices, for example, on labor, energy, or logistics. And each index consists of several measures. For example, labor includes data on labor cost in manufacturing, but also, for example, on talent competitiveness. Or energy does not only include the industrial electricity price, but also the greenhouse factor or greenhouse gas emission and electricity generation. So we can show a very broad picture, and then we weighted these indices according to their importance and investment decisions. We compared 12 European countries. We chose those countries because they either play a very important role in automotive industry today, or they are expected to do so in future. And we also compared them to the 4 major players in battery cell production that are the United States, South Korea, China, and Japan. And with each country and each index, they have a score ranging from 1, the lowest score, to 5, the highest. And so we end up with a final score That is, for example, 3.9 for Sweden. That's the highest European score. Italy has the lowest European score with a 2.4. And yeah, we also see that major players have scores that are comparable to the European ones. And in the last line, we added the planned gigawatt-hour capacity by 2030 that we collected from several announcements. So we see that overall a high location score corresponds to a high announced production capacity. We also can use this score as a hint where further production plans might be expected. For example, Czech Republic has a very high score with a 3.1, but there is no concrete battery cell production plant announced yet. However, there are negotiations going on with Volkswagen, for example. And we have one special case, that is Italy, with a very low score, but with about 110 gigawatt hours announced by 2030. And we see that they have a rather unstable political and financial environment, but there is a very high support from the government, very high subsidies. So we also see that the government is able to compensate for a rather unstable investment environment, and thus able to attract investments. And yeah, this whole matrix shows that we have very strong and attractive investment environments in countries in Europe. And it also shows that the European share in global battery cell production will rise. We expect to about 25% in 2030, and China has now about 80% of the global production share, and it is expected to decrease to around 59% in 2030. And on the next slide, we will have a closer look at the announcements. So we collected them until the end of 2021, where we finished our study, but I'm still reading all the news with great interest. And there has, like in March, there's been another announcement for Northvolt building its third production plant in Germany. So there's still a lot going on. And yeah, the map shows an overview. The +3 or +2, for example, indicate that there are further sites planned. However, they do not have published concrete information on the capacity or on the concrete location yet. Yeah, the size of the dot corresponds to capacity, and we also looked at number of employees, and we see about in total about 900 gigawatt hours planned by 2030, and around 58 employees per gigawatt hour. And this then adds up to a bit more than over 52,000 direct jobs that are created within these battery cell production sites in Europe. And we see also that there are some very big gigafactories. For example, in Germany, we have CATL in Erfurt or Tesla in Grünheide that are very big dots. And we also see, for example, Hungary has a very strong position. And yeah, we see also, as I told you earlier, in Italy, very predictions. Yeah, when analyzing all these announcements, we also see that Asian and American manufacturers enter the local European market with own production capacities. So I would say foreign companies, investors make up to about 50%. And then there are also the European companies, for example, Northvolt or Britishvolt, that are setting up their own production sites. And on the one hand, those all investments strengthen the innovation system of the European Union. They increase the financial and the human capital. But on the other hand, of course, they do intensify the competition in the local or in the European market. And then now I would also like to take the opportunity to talk a few sentences about the technological aspect, because we considered or identified it as very relevant. European producers, or all these plants that we can see here, mainly focus on NMC, that is nickel, manganese, and cobalt batteries. And there's a lot of research going on solid-state batteries. However, they are not market ready yet. And we see on the other side that mainly Chinese manufacturers focus also on a parallel development of LFP, that are lithium iron phosphate batteries. And the NMC deliver a much higher energy density, but they are also have the higher cost, especially as they rely on the critical or very expensive raw materials. We see that cobalt is a very critical raw material. The aim is to reduce the cobalt content, but especially during the last couple of weeks, nickel is getting more and more expensive, and there's a high dependence. So the focus on LFP, they have a lower energy density, but there's continuous improvement in that, and they also have high security. They have a long life, and also they are very cheap compared to other cells. So it would be very interesting whether Europe is on the right track with this technology, or whether the focus on cheaper cells. For example, there are some. For example, Tesla or Volkswagen, even Daimler announced to use these cheaper cells for their lower segment entry vehicles. So it could be that there's a decrease in market share for NMC. But we also see that the small dot in Serbia is the first European LFP production plant that was announced at the beginning of this year. So Europe is aware of that development, and we might see further production plans with that. Okay, and now on the next slide, we see that this local production is met by local demand. And we calculated two demand scenarios, a lower and a higher battery demand scenario. And I just put the assumptions by 2030 on that slide. So for example, we assume a share of electric vehicles from production for 71% in the higher battery demand scenario and 53% in the lower scenario. Of course, this is just an average. There are countries in Europe that will show very high electrification rates by 2030, and others will have much lower rates of electrification, but on average, we expect those values. And we expect the share of battery electric vehicles to be around 82% of the electric vehicles. So it remains about 18% for plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. And we see overall that the demand is definitely increasing a lot in the next 10 years. And the main drivers are the cost decrease, of course. That is also cost decrease is a main driver. So it's very important that we continue to decrease also the cost of the battery cell, because it's one of the main parts in the battery electric vehicle. We see a lot of government support, the supply of charging infrastructure, and we also did a small analysis on model availability until 2025, and we see high increase in availability, around 170 BEV are available, and this is definitely a main driver of increasing demand. Looking at 2030, we see that there is a gap between production and demand in both scenarios. And on the one hand, there is discussion to build up export capacity, as Europe is also trying to establish a leading market for green batteries and could use the overproduction or overcapacity as export. However, this demand scenario is restricted to cars only. And what we see is that also in buses and trucks, we see high electrification rates, or expect them in the next 10 years. And as they require much larger batteries, the gap can also be used to electrification for them. And maybe one last remark, of course, there are many announcements, but there's also no guarantee that they will all be successful or that they will all be producing at full capacity by 2030. We will come to that later. There are hurdles to scaling and to mass production at equal quality. And it would be very interesting if all of these announcements will succeed. And with that, I will hand over back to Wolfgang.
Okay, thank you, Ines, for this great overview and the details also on the technology, which are also important to consider, because it seems that the certainty that NMC is the right and technology is a bit, let's say, questioned. with your explanations. Okay, and looking at the numbers that we have seen of the ramp up of production of cells in Europe, we can also ask why this happened or how this happens, and it helps to look at the innovation system of the battery manufacturing in Europe. Innovation system analysis is a method to try to explain how a nation or a sector creates new innovations and in the tension between regulation and market. And this is shown here now for the battery in manufacturing innovation system for the cell manufacturing. And of course, we have heard the framework conditions important part provided by the Green Deal, by the Fit for 55 package and the CO2 standards, and also other elements which are shown here in the political system, which have been set up, like the important projects of common European interest, which are also battery manufacturing projects, so which receive funding. So it's a strong political driver also of this manufacturing system. Another important driver here to mention is the target of Europe, of the Commission and the member states to establish circular economies, where then comes into play that we need to focus on recycling in all areas, but of course also in the battery manufacturing, the cell manufacturing, and the raw materials for these batteries. So that's another important element that is driving from the political side the battery manufacturing system. We have seen that this has been well connected in the education and research systems of the different member states. Of course, we have heard before that there are some imbalances. So there are member states which have focused more on establishing higher education systems that work also elaborate new battery chemistries, elaborate and develop new battery manufacturing technologies and processes, and others didn't in the same strengths. So there's imbalance, of course, in Europe. And then there is the link between these two systems, education, political to the industrial system. And there are two elements important, the industrial actors and the R&D environment. How is it organized? How are their knowledge networks established? And this has happened over the last, 5 years at least, or even more, 10 years in Europe quite well, such that now we can reap the benefits of these networks that have been established. Also, we benefit from manufacturing industry that produces the manufacturing machines, also for countries outside Europe, but also now they will be able to sell these machines also in Europe to set up plants. We have here a strong chemical industry that provides the materials for the cathodes or anodes, the mentioned by Ines before. And what is quite recently only happening, that we are also establishing raw material producers and trying to develop mines that produce in Europe, let's say in the Erzgebirge in Zinnwald at the German-Czech border, or in the Upper Rhine Valley to extract lithium from thermal waters, or in Spain there are also sites where lithium can be produced and also other raw materials. So this is currently, let's say, the last building block that is developing, that also local raw material production is taking place. So this is something which seems to us now that has formed as a full picture to enable the battery manufacturing and cell manufacturing in Europe. Summarizing, and I remember that Bela told us 25 minutes, so it's already short here. Summarizing in 4 fields here on the technology field. Of course, what we see in the next years is that NMC, nickel, manganese, cobalt technology is further improved. So the more costly elements will be reduced in their content in the battery, so cobalt and nickel in particular. Still, the focus is here on the NMC in the European plants. We have seen that on the map from Ines. Most of them, apart from the one in Serbia, the production sites are focusing on NMC cells, meaning LFP might be purely imported and this poses a risk for the NMC market size if more producers decide that the LFP technology and the lower cost is more important than the higher energy density. Yeah. So there is a risk for the planned NMC production. And I think what could also be and will also be the outcome of the most recent risk of raw materials supplies is that further technology will be analyzed. So there are sodium natrium technologies such that the diversity of technologies could increase, driven by the recent raw material shortages and the risk that we have seen. Meaning in the short term, we have this market entry on the NMC side and the catch up by the European manufacturers. In the long term, we have this expectation of the increasing market share. Ines mentioned it, 25% would be feasible with the plans shown. We are also expecting that the change will be to produce solid state batteries after 2025 and implement them into the vehicles. The difficult part is the one of the performance versus cost competitiveness in relation to LFP, which might be an underestimated technology for the next years. What happens on the value chain side? Of course, there is a target to increase the vertical integration on the value chain side. So to have to cover more steps of value creation by the European manufacturers up to even the raw material production. That is important in our view, as well as that the recycling industry is set up, and this needs some lead time. So it's despite the fact that today there are not many used batteries available, it's important to develop the industry and the technologies at the moment to be ready when the recycling rates are increasing of used batteries. It is, of course, important to develop a manufacturing system which is green, so which is using CO2-free electricity, for instance, and has also raw materials in the chain which are mined sustainably. But this is also understood by the Asian competitors. So we have seen now also the first manufacturing site in Asia, which are certified CO2-free. So it's not anymore, let's say, only a European label that we will produce green batteries. It's also understood by other manufacturers that this is an important part. So this is to be taken into account as well. Then we have seen what...
2 minutes, if you can.
Yeah. Where we have the promising locations in Europe from the location matrix. It's quite dispersed now. When we look first at the map, there were only a few countries on the map. So let's say there was Germany, there were Norway and Sweden, and the number of countries where we expect now cell manufacturing and the participation on the supply chain of battery manufacturing is continuously growing, and such that now these 900 gigawatt hours announced for 2030 are producing a good distribution on different countries. There are, of course, risks. One we have mentioned, LFP taking a higher market share than expected. And there is also, of course, a risk that some of the planned sites will not work for different reasons. And also that the Asian manufacturers are globally building capacity and are still ahead on this race. Yeah. So meaning we cannot be slow. We must develop the manufacturing capacity in a fast manner. Deployment effects, I think they were mentioned very intensively already. We see that taking every element together, so automation of vehicles, electrification, using energy infrastructure and building it up, this will create additional jobs. That the net effect is not negative. But it will, of course, include a sharp and a strong structural change, what we see in the next 10 years. But the question is, what would be the counterfactual scenario? If Europe is not investing into electrification of vehicles and not investing into cell manufacturing, but remaining a major manufacturer of combustion vehicles, I mean, that would be the counterfactual. And given that the world is electrifying in China, in the US, in important markets, it would be a scenario where we lose even more market share. And this is not feasible to re-up this market share again. Yeah? So the structural change scenario, if you are in the forefront of the structural change and manage it properly, it's something where employment and value creation can be kept, while the counterfactual not acting on the electrification, remaining in the ICE market, is one where certainly one will lose market shares, value creation, and employment. So thank you. Bela, I am done.
Yes. Okay, so thank you. Wolfgang, it's finished now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Ines and Wolfgang, thanks a lot. It was also a good way of ending it to point to the counterfactual, because indeed the worst thing Europe can happen to Europe is losing market share, losing competence, and then losing employment. So before we jump to China, just to mention that anytime you can take coffee from the buffet. We don't have a explicit break now because we have a packed program, but please feel free to move around or take coffee or such. So we will have the perspective from China by Boy Lütje from South China University in Guangzhou. Good evening, Boy, and thank you very much for being with us. If you can put your presentation in 25 minutes would be nice. Then we will have a joint debate on some of the big questions that were arising already.
Yes, good afternoon from Guangzhou. Can everyone see me?
Oh, yes.
You can see me. And
yes, and we even hear you. Sorry?
And you can also see my presentation.
Well, it should come. Yeah, you should share it. So share the screen and...
I need to push the screen sharing. I'm having some difficulties here with the computer. Sorry, my screen got stuck here. Give me a minute to resolve this.
Okay.
So can you see the presentation now? Because it's on, it should be visible.
No, not yet. So let's.
Then let me just close it and open it again. This is
it could be, and then maybe it's good if you only have the presentation open.
Yeah, so sorry for that glitch. We're getting there. Can you see it now?
No, well, okay, we have it. Good. Okay, so then,
Yes, well, good afternoon from Guangzhou here in South China, in the middle of the Pearl River Delta, or the greater Pearl River Bay Area, as we call it today. And good afternoon from IPP, my institute here, which is a public-private think tank adjunct to the University, South China University of Technology. And we are mainly working as a think tank for government and political decision makers here. I'm heading the Industry and Technology Research Center here at IPP, which mainly deals with issues of local industrial development and supply chains and upgrading strategies. And our empirical research on this stuff is pretty much continuous, because we're one of the key locations here in China and in the world probably for manufacturing electric cars. And of course, it's the largest region for electronics manufacturing in the world. Much of what I'm saying here is from this perspective, because I think this the key question, and maybe the question that's always also been missed in most of the discussions in Europe and also in the US, is that the transition to electric cars is not just a change in technology, and it's not just a question of how we support environmental friendly technologies, but it is a major rupture in the production and innovation model of the car industry. This is what we call, or this is why we like to talk about, the Foxconnization of car manufacturing. That is my topic here. We had the basic belief behind this concept is that we see a massive restructuring going on of the traditional structure of the vertically integrated car manufacturing, which has been the hallmark of the Fordist model of production way back in the 20s, 30s, 50s, and 70s of the 20th century, and it still has been retained in the what we call the Toyota model, the Japanese led model of supply chain organization and production organization, lean production. This has been the dominant model of the car industry in the last 20 years or so. What we see now, this is our proposal. We see a protracted move of the car industry in the NEV, in new energy vehicle sector, as we call it here, to a new model of vertically disintegrated and specialized mass production, which is very similar to the mass production of the models of globalized mass production that we know from the electronics industry. The term for this in the social science discussion is winterism, which referred to the to Windows and Intel as the main players of this industry model and of this transformation, which took pretty much place in the 1990s, late 90s, early 2000s. And the key element, or the key feature of this transformation in the production chain, the production system, was that the control over the markets and over the technology development and over the global industry structure as a whole was no longer exerted by the final assemblers and by the brand name companies that made the final product, but by the major component makers. And in the case of the personal computer, some 20 years ago, those were Intel as the maker of the microprocessor, and Microsoft as a producer of the system software. And this kind of radical vertical disintegration on the one side and vertical reintegration in the various sub-segments of the manufacturing system we see right now in the electric car industry, and probably we see it no more than here in China. I want to talk, I have talked about this at length in my last presentation here, and I don't want to repeat this. This time today, I want to focus on the impacts for labor, the question of decent work and of labor standards in the production of electric cars, and in the also want to talk about some implications for trade union strategy, both with regard to shop floor representation, but also with regard to organizing and finding new strategies within global supply chains. As I said, I keep the part about the restructuring of the production system short. We have mentioned this last time. We have in China, we have the electric vehicle industry and the battery industry, and also most of the other components, including the digital driving and the driving systems, has emerged from mainly from the electronics industry and mainly outside of the established joint ventures in the car industry between the multinational car makers and the big state-owned companies, producers of cars here in China. And this industry structure has been at the core of the Chinese car industry for many years. And it has driven the incredible catch-up that the Chinese car industry had seen in the last 20 years here, and it has driven all the incredible expansion of the market, and finally led to similar problems with the use of cars and with car emissions and all these things as we know it from Europe. This traditional model is being transformed by a completely new set of players who come out of the electronics industry. And the paradigmatic company for this is probably BYD, based here nearby in Shenzhen, which itself calls it, which is the largest maker of electric cars in China and also worldwide, as far as I know. But they don't call themselves a car company or an electric car company. They call themselves a new energy company because they have a history. They have a history as a battery maker. They emerged as a supplier to the large electronics manufacturers in Shenzhen and here in the Bay Area for lithium-ion batteries. And they made these is mostly for computers, and then later for smartphones and all kinds of electronics gadgets. And they acquired a lot of experience in the technology and in manufacturing. And as most of you probably know, the key question to develop battery technology for cars is mastering the production process. It's not so much in basic technology innovations. Lithium-ion batteries have been around for many years, but it's the question of how to integrate them into larger frameworks and produce them in larger quantities and produce them in a way that the quality is uniform and that the functioning of a large number of battery cells within a car frame can be guaranteed. And this kind of manufacturing know-how has been collected by has been built and developed by these Chinese manufacturers over many years. And companies like BYD and many others, they make battery, the manufacturing of batteries as their core business, and they define themselves as new energy or battery companies, and they integrate all kinds of other products around the batteries downstream. So everything which can have which can contain an Li a battery basically is a product of interest for a company like BYD, and for that they also at some time they bought a bankrupt car maker here in China, and put the car around these Li batteries. I'm telling this story in order to make clear there are completely new structures of specialization evolving, a set of new players, most of them private, most of them with a company with a history in the electronics industry and a history of startup companies, no relations or very little relations with the traditional state-owned enterprises, and very innovative and backed and bound into the innovation culture of the electronics industry, basically. And what is very important, these companies have been supported by the government over a long period of time at both levels, at the national level, with all these programs to reduce the amount of the energy, the amount of the carbon emissions from the cars, and all these sales quotas and what was in the market. Also Made in China 2025 as the key program for industrial upgrading in China in the last couple of years. And then there has also been a lot of support at the local level. And we have to understand that with this new structure of this new lineup of the industry, major industry players, there's also a new geographical structure of the industry. So the new centers for car manufacturing, for electric car manufacturing and battery manufacturing, they are no longer the traditional centers of car making in China, especially Changchun, where Volkswagen and Toyota are located with their joint ventures, not Shanghai, and also not Wuhan. But it's Shenzhen, it's the Pearl River Delta, also Guangzhou, it's Zhejiang province, Hangzhou, and it's Fujian. This is the Fujian province, also the coastal province where CATL comes from, and CATL itself is can be seen as a typical. The most typical example for this. This is basically a small electronics manufacturer that also made batteries in a very rural, almost rural, semi-rural environment here in the city of Ningde, #1 in this map here in Fujian province, and they became a world-class company within 10 or 20 years. No, within less than 10 years, we can say. So we have talked about this lineup and these processes of vertical de-integration and reintegration, which has been particularly protracted in the battery sector. Right now, we see, so China has 10 major battery manufacturers that all have global reach. And then Panasonic is the other, or is still the leading player in Japan, and we have the 3 big Korean companies, Samsung and SK. So the whole battery manufacturer, the base and the technology chain is completely in East Asia, and we see a lot of vertical integration going on within the battery sector. It's vertical specialization, and it is vertical reintegration, especially right now into the mining sector and the battery materials sector. So all the major manufacturing of batteries, which you have here in the middle and the third part of this in the third column here of this table. I hope you can see my mouse as a pointer. They also integrate in the material production, and they build. They have they're all forging alliances with major Chinese mineral companies, and they are all like Minmetals, Jinchuan, Huayao. Those are all very large state-owned enterprises, also of global reach. And of course, this is a whole fight that's going on about the supply chains and the material. And as a matter of fact, China is controlling most of this supply chain. So again, the key element is the vertical integration and the vertical disintegration and reintegration, and this in itself creates a completely new industry model. And this also has key implications for the question of employment, of labor relations, of labor standards. And I want to explain this in a little more detail in the remaining section of this presentation. May I ask how much time I have left, Bela?
7 minutes.
7 minutes. That should be enough for the basics. So, talking about the Foxconnization of car manufacturing, of course, means that when we look at the supply chain and the production chain as a whole, there is a lot of electronics in the chain, and it also means that the traditional contract manufacturers in the electronics industry are becoming players or potentially big players in this sector. And Foxconn in particular has made a strong push into electric car manufacturing as well the last 2 years. They have built a complete manufacturing system, both for the assembly of cars and especially the procurements of parts, where they are specialized and have a very strong position and very strong knowledge. And they're advertising this advantage also to global car makers, because the global car makers don't know too much about electronics and how the supply chains in that area work. And that's one of the reasons why they have been left behind in the recent struggle over semiconductor supply. And Foxconn and the other contract manufacturers are pretty strong in this field. This is where their expertise is, and of course they are strong. They know the art of low-wage manufacturing and low-cost manufacturing. Also, something we have to consider when we talk about the employment effects of the transition to new energy vehicles here in China. This is a key issue of the study that we have been asked to contribute to. My problem, we have discussed it with Bela a couple of times. Here in China, nobody understands this discussion. And nobody is looking at this discussion from this angle, because new energy vehicles are seen as new products, and so new products in some way always create new jobs. And it may be a question what the quality of the jobs is, but it's not so much the question of how can we transition from a high wage industry as automotive manufacturing historically has been to low wage manufacture, how can we transform the factories and all these questions. The employment effect of the new energy, the transition, the new energy car transition in China is difficult or almost impossible to determine against this background. We have done some comparisons here in Guangzhou and in the Pearl River Delta between the productivity and employment in the electronics sector on the one hand and the traditional car manufacturing, and that tells us a little bit about the changes that may be going on. What we see here in terms of productivity in this province here, which is the third largest location for car manufacturing in China, which with major multinational car makers here, Volkswagen, Toyota, Honda, and a few more. The productivity as measured as per capita output in monetary terms is in the car industry traditionally is very high. So this is one of the highest when you compare it, the per capita output. This is car manufacturing, this is electronics. It is much higher than in the electronics industry. And the reason is, of course, the manufacturing process is much more automated, more capital intensive, and as a special condition, most of the factories, at least here in South China, are pretty new. They have been built here as greenfield factories between 2007, that was when Toyota opened its big industrial park here, and 2012, this is when Volkswagen FAW came online. And all these factories were state of the art from the beginning. There was no difference in the level of automation or just very little to anything in Japan or Germany or wherever. So the productivity has been very high, and the productivity growth has been relatively slow in the last 10 years. So we can, it's about 25% over the last 10 years after the financial and economic crisis. Whereas in electronics, which has many more employees, like over 3 million here just in the province, has started from a lower level, and but has proportionally a much higher growth of productivity, which is over 100% in the last decade, which means electronics has seen a lot of automation at the lower and mid ends of the supply chain, like the assembly of cell phones or the assembly of printed circuit boards. There was a lot of robotization going on, and also employment had been reduced. So in terms of employment, the communication equipment is much larger than here than car manufacturer, almost 3.5 million employees, and not much growth, but also not much decline, except for the period between 2017 and 18, which is market related on the one hand, and also the impact of deployment of automation equipment. Whereas car manufacturing has been relatively small as an industrial employer here in the province. So from the perspective of labor market policies and for the perspective of employment development, here the question is more what is happening to the large number of electronics workers as electronics manufacturing becomes part of the supply chain in the car industry, rather than what's happening to the auto workers. How much more?
2 minutes, 2 minutes, please. Yeah.
yeah, then let's bring it to an end here. So what we have to understand is that again, like in the West, in China, the car industry is a typical high wage industry, and it's also a state-controlled industry, because all this is in the happening within the joint ventures, and it is an industry where usually urban workers from the respective cities where the car industries are, where the car factories are located, are hired. So typically in Shanghai, the workers are from Shanghai, and in Guangzhou, the workers are from Guangzhou or from the province here. But there are no migrant workers in the factory, except workers in temporary labor agencies, which we have seen in large numbers in some of the factories. And whereas in the electronics industry, the regime of production is pretty much is almost totally based on the employment of migrant workers, and also of migrant from rural provinces in the engineering and technical departments, who earn much lower wages and salaries than the graduates of the top universities who work in high-tech companies in Shanghai or in Beijing. And it is concentrated in these very large factories like this year, the Foxconn compound in Shenzhen. And this discrepancy is very well known in China, and we also know that most of the electric car manufacturers, BYD in particular, have similar work based on similar labor practices and on similar recruitment policies, and on similar models of the corporate welfare state along the dormitories in the factory and the canteen food and all these things, as in Foxconn. And so the question here is mainly seen as, of course, the question becomes how can the trade unions develop a presence in these non-state-owned companies where it is very weak, and how can they develop collective bargaining? In some regions in China, especially here in Guangdong province, some important steps have been made into this direction, and it has become possible, and it has become also the legal norm that in private companies the workers can elect their trade unions, and it's not under the control of the party, and it's under and there is and collective bargaining is the legal norm. This is we have mostly seen this in the car suppliers here, but not much in the electronics industry. And of course, the big question here strategically from a perspective of union organizing is how the local unions can build a presence in all these new factories along the NEV supply chain. I stop this here, but I think the question, if we look at it in a global perspective, is also a question in Europe, especially with regard to Eastern Europe and all the battery factories that are being set up there. And of course, in Europe, industrial unions are in a much better position to organize or to develop organizing strategies for these plants and these new sectors. And I think this is the key thing we finally can learn from the China experience, that the trade unions really should develop perspectives of industry-wide organizing, and of course industry-wide or sector-specific industrial policies beyond the traditional model of the Toyota or Toyotis or Fordist car company. So thank you very much for your attention and also your patience. I hope I made the key questions clear, and I'm very happy to take your questions in the course of the discussion.
Yes, Thank you very much, Boy. Indeed, the perspective from China was quite different than to what we are used to, and we're discussing now, starting from the point that the question doesn't exist, what employment effects in the car industry of electrification. The question comes up in a totally different form. What we would like to do now is that we have still time for discussion, and this discussion we would like to start with one or two particular questions to the three speakers this morning. So Tommaso, then Wolfgang Ines, and Boy. Given these very different perspectives, on the one hand, Europe sees itself as a success story now, question mark, with quite ramping up battery production and integrating it into the automobile value chains. And that is kind of a criteria to keep competence in Europe. In China, on the other hand, it goes a totally different way. It is about disintegration, new reintegration according to the electronics industry production regime, which is more Foxconnization, more, low labor standards, and build a car around the battery. So how does, and then link this actually also to the debate that Tommaso started with Europe going up market. The lower segment is missing. Is China going to fill this up? So in this context, I can also put the question, for example, to Boy, like, do you see the European model of integration of the battery kind of an old-fashioned model to try to preserve the status quo in Europe? So if you three could react on these questions, actually to Wolfgang, I would just ask, is it really a success story in Europe? And what are the risks, given also the Chinese perspective? If you would start, Tommaso, Wolfgang, and then Boy, couple of minutes each, and then we will see how we continue, and then we will enter the general debate.
Okay, there's complicated questions in short time, so I'll try to just give sketchy answers. I think that when we look at the battery industry, on the one hand, the advantage that the Asian car manufacturers have built during the last 10 years is substantial, because they have the capacity, they have the control of the raw materials, which is very strategic. They've built the control of the whole supply chain in the raw materials, and you have a lot of companies, the raw materials, that are actually expanding their activities, and they are looking into getting into more battery productions and model productions, even car production. So you have a very dynamic landscape in China in which all the segments of the value chain have been built up. So they're ready. And when you look at their forecast capacity for 2055, 2030, what they're looking at is to control the whole market. So that is the bad news for Europe. The good news is that when we look at the size of the market, it's clear that this is a market in its infancy. We have like 16% market share in Europe. It's more for electric cars. Half of that is plug-in hybrids. We know that the plug-in hybrids will diminish and we'll have more battery electric vehicles coming up. So the demand for batteries in the next 10 years will explode. So there is a huge demand, and that creates a potential for market entry. And so that is the hope of the European producers. But I would say for the time being, it's very difficult to judge because on the one hand, the technologies are moving. So there are different types of batteries we have seen. There is the solid state that is somewhere there, but nobody knows when it actually will come up because chemistry is not microprocessors. There is no certainty about how this will work out. So who will be the first to come up with solid state batteries? How this will change the landscape? So there are many unknown factors. So for the time being, there is a huge market developing. So in a certain way, it's not so difficult to enter that market. You need to invest and you need to create capacity. But when finally we will see overcapacity and competition heating up, that where we'll finally have the answers. Are the Europeans up to the task? Can they produce in mass volume the quality demanded at the right cost, at the right price? Who will take the bigger, who will have the best technology? We don't know these answers. I would say even the players do not know these answers. And clearly for the upmarket drift, well, the cost of the battery is decisive. I mean, you bring down the cost of the battery, then what I've been saying changes. I mean, if you reduce it that drastically, then you can compensate for the upmarket drift. You can also make affordable cars. But now we have the inflationary pressure. And in the last year, the raw materials for LFP plus 700%. The raw materials for nickel cadmium battery plus 300%. That's public data. So there is a lot of uncertainty going on here. And I agree with Boy that what we've seen in China is a different model building around new energy vehicles. And this has been a conscious policy made by the central state. If you look at the traditional car manufacturing, is dominated by Western car manufacturers. You don't have Chinese champions there. The policies has failed from the perspective of the Chinese government. But when you look at the new energy vehicles, well, the leaders are all private-owned Chinese companies with new way of organizing productions. And I believe that this is what is the threat, because before, which threat was coming from China? Nothing. The leaders were joint ventures between Volkswagen and General Motors and Toyota, the Western car manufacturer, at the control of the Chinese market at the premium level. Now, when you look at the bottom where the electric cars are developing, there is, I mean, who is really driving the change are the local Chinese car manufacturers that are already stepping into Europe. Geely, BID, they are all making investments in Europe and are in the United States and are preparing to expand. So I think that there is indeed a threat over there, and all these questions are all very pertinent. But unfortunately, I guess we will have to, I mean, we still do not have all the cards on the tables to know who is going to win the game.
Okay, thank you. So Ines and Wolfgang, please for a few minutes to react.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm not so sure about the last thing that Tommaso said, that in Europe, the EV market is driven by the Chinese. I still see that there's a good good offer of Volkswagen, also of Peugeot, and also Audi, Mercedes, and others. So I think they are not so strong here. They're trying. NIO and others are trying. Yeah, and also we will see some electric vehicles of European manufacturers like BMW, which are actually manufactured in China, and imported here from there, and also the new smart model. But I'm still more optimistic that European manufacturers and the brands can also produce a competitive offer of electric vehicles. But I wanted to also link with the risk mentioned by Boy, the Foxconnization, and Thomas's comment that there's an imbalance, that is the current regulation is unfair, and that we should, let's say, foster more the generalist cars. I see here we have discussed the battery as a one element of Foxconnization, yeah, so that it's not the car maker, the brand, which defines the offer and the technology, but the component maker, and one component is battery. So in that sense, it would be maybe BYD defining the brand of Volkswagen in the future. That's what I understand as the concept of Foxconnization. And I would add then a second technology, and you mentioned as well, the automated and autonomous driving, where then digital companies are the component makers that foster Foxconnization. So two drivers of potential Foxconnization, battery manufacturers and digital companies, and maybe also Intel. But this I see, at least from the German manufacturers, that they are trying to counteract against this. Yeah? So they are investing in this battery manufacturing. They are also investing in the digital world. So they are developing their own OS operating systems for the cars. Yeah, they are going into strategic agreements with chip manufacturers. We will have Intel manufacturing now in Germany, also to avoid this case of Foxconnization on the digital side. Yeah, so, and that's, I think, is important. Also, Mercedes is developing its own operation system for automated and autonomous vehicles and for infotainment, of course, as well. So I think the German manufacturers, I see that they are encountering this potential Foxconnization, and I have a less clear view, maybe, and you might correct me, but what I see from the generalists that you mentioned, Tommaso, that they are taking the Google apps and the Apple apps for the digital part, and if then they also take the batteries, okay, they're also producing some batteries, but they open the door larger for this Foxconnization, the generalists, because they already add more, let's say, large digital company technology in their cars than the current German manufacturers, the premium manufacturers. So I would see a better position against this Foxconnization more with the premium and the Volkswagen than the generalists you mentioned. And maybe this is an important fact to discuss, how to avoid that part of the European industry gets Foxconnized, or can we avoid? I don't know. I see this risk, at least.
Okay.
And, I don't know, Ines, you would like to add? No? Go ahead.
I'm not so sure in this whole scenario who defends which model.
Mm.
Yeah. Of course, the traditional model of vertical integrated manufacturing is would, as we have it in Europe or also Japan or US, it would include, or make it the logical step for the transition would be to include as much battery making into the supply chain, into car manufacturing and into the traditional car companies as possible. This has been the position of the trade union and the works councils in Germany in all the major car makers. Once they understood what was happening, they said, okay, we need to build battery capacity, we need to buy battery makers wherever they come from. They all said this. And then at the same time, the companies were doing very different things here in China and also worldwide. And this is something we have to learn, and we can learn from all the research on the multinational corporations in the last 10 or 20 years. Large multinational corporations are doing different things in different parts of the world. And they are developing different strategies. Yeah. And I would even say that the European car makers, and Volkswagen in particular, have been drivers of the Foxconnization process, because there was a strategic decision made pretty early on, around 2017, 2018, during the Frankfurt Car Fair, the Internationale Autoausstellung in my hometown. They Volkswagen announced they would give $25 billion in contracts to external battery makers, the largest of them, CATL at that time, to purchase batteries and to secure the supply chain in the batteries. So at that point, the whole discussion about integrating battery manufacturing into the car industry was dead. And I think this is one thing, or it seemed dead. Let's be careful. 2 years later, the big car makers saw from all what's going, and well, no, I should add, the production facilities of the large foreign car makers in China here were all remodeled towards a vertically disintegrated structure, which means you need to build the car factory in a way that you can accommodate the battery from the outside supplier. This is exactly what happened here in the Volkswagen plants right next door here from Guangzhou, so they built all the facilities for the integration of batteries, and they converted the whole factory. They converted not just the factory. They converted, this is also very important, the global Volkswagen platform for the e-mobility car is built in a way and constructed in a way that the battery, an external battery, can be integrated flawlessly and smoothly. And that's the main thing. And this basically is a very simple thing, very simple to understand. The traditional car bottom always was a conglomerate of all kinds of things. There was the gas tank, there was the reserve tire, there were all kinds of pipes and electric cables and whatever. Yeah, and for the new car, for the electric car, there is just a hole, a large square hole, almost it's just a whole bottom, and some electrical connectors, and then you can put in the battery automatically, and it's standardized. So, and with this development of the platform in this way, it's of course made for external supply. Yeah, it's very clear. So now in the last couple of 1 or 2 years, there have been some ways or steps back towards vertical reintegration, but when we take Volkswagen, it's mainly in the lessons from the lessons here in China. So Volkswagen and also Daimler started to invest and buy parts of major Chinese battery makers, Gotion for Volkswagen, Farasis for Daimler, mainly in order to take part in the technology development, yeah, and to acquire the manufacturing know-how in these things, which the car makers do not have, because as we heard, and Thomas who said a battery is a chemical product, it's not a mechanical product. Yeah, how these things play out and how the model will be in the future, whether there will be some partial reintegration remains to be seen. But it is very clear, if the volumes that the car makers are aiming at, if they should be achieved, you cannot do it without external suppliers. Yeah, and this is why CATL is building this huge factory in Erfurt and SK in Poland, or where it is. So the suppliers are all there. Or in the US, you see this new thing with in Kentucky. That's mainly built by Ford. It's a whole industrial city where all the suppliers from Korea are collocated. So there will be definitely a modular option in that part of the supply chain. The other thing, which is still not decided yet, that's the digital driving unit. Yeah, that's the powertrain and the steering system, and also the brake system under for the digital car. This is a question whether this really becomes modular. Right now, most of the technology developments are either made by the car makers or by the internet companies like Google or here Baidu or Alibaba. They make their own cars and then they hire a car maker to make a car for them. Here in China, you find a lot of these contract manufacturers. And the question is still, and this is a question that's very, the core problem is very different from the battery. It is really how you integrate digital and mechanical knowledge in this part, because the steering system is still a steering system. It must be safe and it must function smoothly, but it must be integrated with all the software, with all the artificial intelligence, and it needs chips. Very important. Yeah. So, and this is a totally different scenario, and in which China is relatively weak, because China has no globally competitive first-tier car suppliers. And that in turn is part of the history of the joint venture model, who built their supply chains, but we have very hierarchical relations between the car suppliers and the main factories here. And there are no Chinese tier 1 car suppliers. All the tier 1 car suppliers here are global. Of course, Bosch, Conti, Faurecia, whoever it is, Denso, very, very large here. Yeah. And all these first-tier car suppliers in one way or the other are engaged in the digital driving component. And in this field, China definitely needs partners. Yeah. And we can probably, I mean, the European and especially the German suppliers are very strong in this, have a very strong position. Yeah. So this game of vertical reintegration and specialization is going on, and it's still open at many ends. Yeah. And we're not there. This is just there. I mean, compared to the electronics industry, we are somewhere in 1980 or 83 when Microsoft became the main supplier for the IBM personal computer system. But many things happened in the last in the 20 or 30 years to follow. But the thing is that the trade unions need a strategic strategic focus on these developments. And this, of course, this is a question of labor policies, but it's a question of industrial policy. Industrial policy, I would say, it does not make sense to engage in a multi-billion-dollar catch-up race on certain core technologies like batteries that Europe cannot win, and the car makers are not really interested in, or only in a very limited way. And it is rather about promoting a new industry model and structural change in the industry that's following the goal of sustainability and really making the zero carbon or the low carbon model possible. And I think in this context, very important what Tommaso said. The car industry in Europe in particular really needs to move away from the premium car high cost model. And as Tommaso has demonstrated, it's really, I mean, this is really devastating from an environmental point of view, to make the cars bigger, more expensive, and by adding all the luxury features to the car that you can do. And then finally the battery has to be bigger and heavier, and the whole thing becomes unaffordable. Yeah, this thing unfortunately is also happening in China, and it's mainly driven by Tesla and the Chinese startup companies like the NIO or the XPeng or Li Auto or all these guys. They follow the same model. They make the same model. They basically make Teslas made in China, of course, a little cheaper. But I think, I mean, this is not a very healthy development, and it's also not it's not sustainable, and it will not last for long, because the main question is indeed make the electric vehicle affordable, and make it applicable, and find all the new applications for this, and change the model of the car ownership, the use of the car, and the whole social and economic fabric around it. I stop this here, but I think flexible specialization, that's the key issue we really should look at, and also the trade unions should support in this field.
But,
Thank you. Yes.
What addition?
Yeah, so I just want to give back the word quickly to Wolfgang and Tommaso, and then we close this, and we still have other questions from the audience.
Okay, I mean, I fully agree that there need to be some limitation on the weight. So we don't need a passenger car which is 2.5 tons or 2 tons. Yeah? So there I fully agree that the legislation which is driving this needs to be changed. Yeah? But what I disagree is that it equals saying we don't need premium cars. So I think we still need this variety. And I mean, they offer also opportunities, and which are not so easily caught up by other manufacturers, also by the Chinese manufacturers. If there is a premium brand that is difficult to follow. Tesla has managed to have kind of similar label, but took them also 10 years and starting from the upper level of the car segments. So for me, it's there is truth to change the legislation, but it must not be the purpose to eliminate premium cars. It has both their roles, also cheaper cars and the premium cars.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll try. Just to clarify, what I said before is I didn't mean the Chinese are taking the European market right now, that they're not. There are very few Chinese exports. But I'm saying that before, there were no threat from China in the sense that the market was controlled by Western car manufacturer. Now you can see threats coming because the attitude of the private-owned Chinese companies towards exports and towards low-cost products represent a potential threat. Before you didn't have that. That was my comment before. And I think electrification also opened up opportunity for these companies that did not exist before. The internal combustion engine was the European technology, particularly the diesel. Nobody could do diesels apart from European car manufacturers, basically, for cars. We knew that they were kind of making with tricks, but that's still the case. The Chinese cannot make a conventional powertrains. Now with the electric car, they don't need to, and they can much more easily enter the European market. So that was what I was saying. Now, I think that on the vertical integration side, I think that the car industry is also changing. I agree with Boy, of course, this is a much more vertical integrated industry than the electronics one. But when we look, for example, at the capacity of the German automotive industry of extracting values from what they produce. So they produce less and less of the car, but they are capable of capturing more and more of the value added. And there is a conscious strategy by OEMs to go in this direction. So to produce less and less, to concentrate more on the value added activity that will remain in Germany, France, or Italy, and then to switch more and more towards suppliers, and in particular structuring this regional value chain. And why premium factories are now blocked in Germany because of the Ukrainian war? Well, because the wire harness of these premium cars are made in the lowest cost country in Europe. Now, French are not concerned, and Italian not, because they do it in Morocco, which is the same story. So I think vertical disintegration is also happening in the auto traditional industry, but by controlling the value and controlling the product. So I think this is also something that the trade unions should be aware of, that this is going to increase. Tesla has a model in which it externalizes even much more than conventional cars makers do. So to make a Tesla 3, you need much less hours, because what actually Tesla do is much less in terms of manufacturing activities than Daimler or BMW is doing. So Daimler, BMW, and Volkswagen are looking at Tesla and says, okay, we have a problem with electric cars. We need to reduce costs. Why we should not go more into a disintegrated model in which we we externalize more, we let modules be made in Central and Eastern Europe, and then we just assemble and we reduce our exposure to cost and fluctuation. I think this is also happening in the traditional industry, but it's a different model than the electronics one. So that would be my comment.
Thank you to all of you. There are a lot of open questions, but at least we flag these up, and we cannot find kind of a final answer. So there are some questions from the panel and then from the audience here. I would just like to bring in a few from the chat, and this is what the one is, and three actually, related to the access to critical materials and mining, sustainable mining, and to what extent this is a challenge for Europe. That would be one. We also had here one question that is not completely clear, but what says is that the importance of R&D in electrification and battery manufacturing. But the question also puts if there is any deliberate counteraction in the past to prevent research and development to fuel cell technology. That was a question. So actually, so we have two, and so one question, please, from the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, citizens. You know me, Angelos Harlaftis, Epafos Advisors. We represent the ECO-ETS movement, the pan-European and Mediterranean movement, which is based in direct democracy, in science and in ecology. I used the last 10 years to be a stakeholder on the battery sector and also on the automobile industry in the Commission. About the batteries, you have to know that in Europe, and not only in Europe, in the other countries also, we are experimenting. That's why we cannot be fast, because the ion lithium batteries are not the proper batteries, and they are not controlled by us, the Europeans. The rare earths, responding to the question which was given about the materials, right now, China has the biggest amounts of rare earths, which is the raw materials for the batteries. Japan found also a big amount of millions of cubic meters inside the sea, but this needs time. So China is the protagonist on this rare earths raw material, and we depend from them. That's why in the Commission, the last before 4 years at least, in the gathering we made about the strategies we're going to make with the lighthouse projects of the horizon, they invested 200 million euros about the battery on the lithium ion in making industries here in Europe, and they made some in the Northern Europe and in Spain. But we think that this is not the case for the trade union. A team of people, mainly Italians, from the agency of the research of the Italian, we propose the research, the investment, and we need your support to this, the investment to the research to find other combination of metals for the batteries. This is very important, because either Tesla doesn't control the batteries. Before some years, he was buying from South Korea and from Japan. Now he's investing, but the raw materials are Chinese. So the battery sector is a very sensitive issue for us, the Europeans, and we have to invest in the research areas which are already existing in order to find a better approach for our competencies. About the low costs, we have an industry. 1 month ago, we had a meeting with small manufacturers of cars. Like this, you talked about in China with 5,000 euros, we sell at 10,000 euros. And this was the discussion we made. I proposed them to bid in Romania because they are making it in Italy, the Swiss company, which is making something like the Chinese, and we can compete. But you have to know that the trade union must be a stakeholder and a shareholder to the whole activities of the new age is coming. The robotization is everywhere. Yesterday, the ESA guys, they announced a new program, and they can make a remote control through a rover. The rover is a robot car in Earth. I have if you want, I have the slides. Yeah. And we can control it by the remote with the Europeans. So in the next step, the workers, they are not going to be.
Yeah, thank you.
So we have to participate in the shareholding and stakeholding procedures of all the whole stuff. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Yuri. Any other question from the floor before we quickly go back? Yes, please, short, please.
Mic somewhere? Oh, thank you. It's very short. I'm a journalist, and I'm curious, of course. I was just wondering whether we have in Europe a slot with hybrid cars, because from what I heard, it seems that China is not really interested. The US has already solved the problem, and maybe we still have a hold with the kind of manufacturing that is needed for a hybrid car. That could be something that would be ahead of others which are limited. Either it's only gasoline or only electricity. Maybe this hybrid car, which could be a free choice for the citizens, a good choice, maybe, would help us have a top innovative system that would have consumers, a lot of consumers also, and mainly in Europe and elsewhere, because sometimes it's difficult to plug. Sometimes it's difficult to get gasoline. But sometimes if you have a choice, then you can keep rolling. That's a question I'm asking to the people who know how it works, and maybe.
Okay, thank you. Good. If no, well, one very last, then short, please. And yes.
Okay. Should I? Okay. First of all, sorry because I arrived late. Sorry because I arrived late. I'm Stefano Spinacci from the European Parliament Research Service. And my question is related to an article that I read a few weeks ago on Italian newspaper for car. And it was about an intervention that was made by the Commissioner Breton and participating to a meeting in Turin invited by Stellantis. And in fact, it said that European Union anyway should invest on Euro 7, on the standard Euro 7, just because it will not be sold in Europe, but the European car manufacturer, they can sell outside of the European Union, which is quite difficult because you cannot invest in two different kind of technology in the long term, because you need a lot of money ready for the electricity. And plus you have companies which are also investing in other kind of technology like hydrogen, for example. So I have a kind of doubt that it was not well considered, all this kind of scenario where you have raw materials that we don't have. We know already that we want to invest in hydrogen. So why we are now pushing toward the electricity, towards the electric cars, when we should find other solutions to bridge this period and to arrive to the hydrogen without pushing on this kind of technology, which is not ours in terms of raw materials. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Point taken. So yeah. Okay, we have to. We only have 10 or 9 minutes until the lunch break. So I would then go back to the three speakers for, or if you only pick one question, please do.
Okay.
In a few minutes.
I agree with some of the questions that are made that sometimes, you know, there is in the site of the Commission, this Green Deal is described with a train that leaves. And sometimes you have the feeling that, yes, the train has left, but there are no rail and no station, you know, that is still in the making. And that is a little bit problematic, of course, when there are so much at stake. So the access to critical materials and raw materials is crucial. So the crisis of the semiconductor, of the chips, is very telling. You know, that the electric cars needs 20, 40 times more of these chips than a conventional car. And clearly the industry was not ready at all after the COVID crisis to face this shortage. And with the raw materials for batteries, for the time being, and that's the question of the experiments are looking for the raw materials, we know that the sources available are very limited. I mean, for cobalt, you just have a couple of countries and 70% is in Congo. Lithium, you have 3-4 countries that are not in Europe, which are the main producer worldwide. And you see that, as I said, in 1-2 year basis, the inflation of these raw materials is up to 300-700%. So that creates a lot of volatility, a lot of uncertainty, and that is clearly you have the feeling that the equation in the end it will depend on many factors that are absolutely not under control, and that's why I believe that workers and trade unions should be very aware, because they are the weakest link of all these adjustments. So there might be those who will pay the highest price when we will need to figure out where to reduce costs, where to make the things work. About the hydrogenous, the problem is that a fuel cell car right now is much more expensive and heavy than electric vehicles. And in order to produce hydrogen, I mean, you need a lot of electricity. It's less energy efficient. So that's why it's a technology for tomorrow. So we don't know yet how to produce clean hydrogen. And if you don't, you need to use fossil fuels or energy to produce the hydrogen, so you don't solve the carbon equation. So that's why it's a technology for tomorrow. Even if Japan is clearly betting on this technology and on battery industry, is another case study which is interesting to look how they will figure out how to make it. And a final word about premium versus generalist. It looks like I'm an anti-German, kind of French-Italian person. And it's not that too, but when I look at the last 30 years, I see that all generalist brands, including German ones, Opel and Ford, have lost massive market share and have not lost that fairly in the sense that the rules have made the life harder for them. And perhaps it's time to just make the competition ground fairer, also because we need cheaper cars. We need more affordable cars. And it's not the task of Daimler, of BMW, or even Volkswagen, perhaps, to make those cars for Southern European countries or Central and Eastern European countries. And the problem is that becoming harder and harder for these generalist car manufacturers to both integrate all these premium technologies that are needed by the regulatory framework and make cheap cars. And when you see that their plans, they're all going up market. They're all saying, we stop producing A cars. We stop producing low range B cars. We cannot make it. We are going up to C cars, D cars. We're becoming German. And we will produce less cars, but we will become, and there is not space for everybody to be a premium car manufacturer.
Yeah,
I mean, if the way out for Renault and PSA is to become Volkswagen and Daimler, I don't think this is the solution. But when you look at their CEO's speech, that's what they say. I mean, Renault said, our car sells at 24,000 euros right now. Our target, this is official in their plan, is to go up to 28,000 euros in 3 years. That's how we solve our problems. But that is not how you solve your problems, because that market at 28,000 becomes crowded and crowded, more competitive, and you will keep losing market share. So I think that this up-market game that has been set up and is culturally inside the head of everybody is the wrong game for greening the auto industry. So we need to create new path for the generalist car manufacturer to go down market.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we need to stop making premium cars or export premium cars, But the idea that the European industry as a whole become a premium industry, this is a wrong idea, and we need to reframe it.
Yes, so we are waiting for China to fill the gap. So anyway, Wolfgang, really 2 minutes, and we have to finish the session.
I mean, Tommaso touched most of the issue. When the argument is battery electric cars are not the right ones because of the raw material issues, then hydrogen is also not the right one, because you will need to import as well from other regions. You can produce some, but the energy, the electricity demand for green hydrogen will be much higher than for the comparable number of cars which are directly propelled by electricity. So their raw materials cannot be the argument, or not having access to raw materials. It's the same for the hydrogen. I think the picture that was drawn on the raw materials was also wrong, because it was referring to the rare earths. So this was for magnetic things, and electric engines need this. But in the batteries, there are these other materials mentioned by Tommaso as well, which are more distributed. Apart from cobalt, is a lot in Congo, but not in China. Yeah? It's the strongest part. There are South America, and there are always these new discoveries of lithium. For instance, just reported from Mexico. In California, they identified a huge resource of lithium. So and in Europe, as we mentioned as well. So I think there is for the batteries, there is a broader base, and we should not be too concerned. The question is then to get this access, because what we also observe is that the Chinese, I mean, they are not only taking the raw materials from their country, they have secured access to many countries in Africa and to other regions to the raw materials. They had a strategic policy to do so, and this was a bit lacking for Europe. That existing raw materials bases were not in the policy focus of European policymakers to secure it. And also, coming back to Boy's comment that Volkswagen bought 25 billion euro batteries by Chinese manufacturers. Yeah, the reason is that they were too late. They overslept the development. So at some point they noticed they have to produce electric cars and they needed batteries. And then they first needed to buy from imports. But the second thought is, of course, how to produce themselves, because then the discovery was there. Okay, we are first dependent on these manufacturers, and it's a high share of the value creation. And that's why then a bit later started the development of own manufacturing base and of own also R&D base and so on. So I think that's the reason for this huge purchase, and Mercedes did the same, bought for 30 billion batteries, was that they are too late. They missed the train, which was mentioned before. And one comment, or too short. Hybrid cars, I think we discussed this already, is so far those that we see are not the solutions, because at least the observations in practice are at least that they're not helping for the climate problem. And I mean, we are talking here also about solving the climate problem, and there we either have the battery cars or doing hydrogen in the future. And hybrid cars, plug-in hybrids, which still consume 4 to 6 liters of fuel, cannot be the solution. That's what we observe in practice. And therefore, this comment I would prefer to reject. And there was another interesting question in the FAQ about no ownership. Yeah, I mean, we discussed this as the 4th important trend.
Yeah,
so
sure.
So we didn't forget about it, and it also appears in Boy's comment of Foxconnization, because one element, or one, let's say, scenario of Foxconnization is that also all the mobility services will be provided by Google, Apple, and Baidu or Didi. And all the car manufacturers will be their suppliers of somehow uniform self-driving cars for the mobility service. So that's the other risk of Foxconnization, yeah. And there also I see that at least those manufacturers that I observe closer, that they are also trying to invest and to get a foot into into becoming an offer and supplier of mobility services. Yeah? So having the ecosystem, having the self-driving cars, the 9-seater buses, let's say ID Bus and Moya, and having the platforms, you know, some names. So there are attempts to be also present in this market, because I think, as the question also points out, it will be an important market as well. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Wolfgang. Before coming back for the final word to Boy, just to mention also in reaction to Billy, one of the questions, why we are not focusing here on the broader aspects of mobility shift and ownership, car ownership and public transport, etc. Yes, of course, we are aware that this is even actually a bigger change, but in this project, we were focusing on the electrification of individual transport. We would like to continue and look at the bigger change that is indeed a mobility shift. So it is coming, one thing at a time. Boy, sorry for that, but there is really no more time. So you don't need to reflect to all the questions, but just pick something and in a 1 minute plus reaction.
No, I'm fine. I'm okay.
Oh, good. I mean, of course, it's.
I talked a lot already, so.
Yes, thank you very much. And it was really an important contribution to have a different perspective than the European one. We still have a lot of open questions, of course. But anyway, we still have an afternoon debate. And now the lunch break. And thank you to all of you. And much appreciated. And so see you in the afternoon. And Boy, of course, good evening for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you. Bon appetit.
My afternoon will be the evening.
Yes,
And,
yes.
I might leave a little early with your permission.
Okay,
Yeah?
thank you for the late contribution. Thank you.
Thanks.
No,
Thank you for not answering my question about the hybrid.
So, good afternoon. It's time now to start our afternoon session. After the rich morning session where we had the European perspective, we had the battery value chain, we had China perspective, discussion, and now we are continuing with country cases in principle. And first of all, it's about France, the French automobile industry, and in more particular detail, it is focused on the powertrain. So Sebastian Schulze-Mermeling from Syndex will present us, well, the French case. I would say, Sebastian, 25 minutes, if you can.
Yes.
Hello.
Thank you. Hello, I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much indeed, Bela. So my name is Sebastian Schulze-Marmeling. I am a consultant with, or I was a consultant with Syndex in France. I worked in Paris for for many years, and for a bit more than a year now, I work for the German subsidiary of Syndex in the north of Germany. Syndex is a consulting company that works with trade unions, employer representatives, and works councils, mainly in France, but also in other countries. And we've started this project a couple of years ago, and we've also been able to contribute to that project with our study on the powertrain industry and on the potential effects of electrification on employment. So we've also, like all the others, we have also prepared a longer chapter, a longer paper on the issue, where you probably find more detail, and that will be published a bit later that year, Bela, I think. But so what we do here is, so we'll just try to give you a brief summary of what we've done. I assume that you see my screen, yeah? You see my presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay, thanks. Okay, so what we've done is, what is probably a bit particular about our study is that we have used microdata, company data, because as I said, we are a consulting company, so we work quite a lot with companies in the car industry, and we have access to company data, which is obviously confidential, but we've used it in a very aggregated form. So we have compiled data from companies in the value chain, from OEMs to OES, or tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers, and we have compiled all that data into a database. It's about 100. It includes about 136 sites and roughly 700,000 people, jobs, in France, in the powertrain industry. And that database we used to well, first to kind of depict the situation as it is today, and then we've also tried to make projections on the future and on how electrification might impact the employment figure, the employment situation. And to do that, we have also conducted a number of expert interviews, and I will show you that a bit more in just a second. First of all, that is something that, so our database basically ends in 2018, 2019. It takes a while to compile it. It's also part of a bigger research project. So things have probably changed quite a bit over the last years, especially when it comes to production and volumes. But what we've seen actually, and I think that's why it might also be interesting to look at the kind of a bit older data, is that, as you probably know, is the period of up to 2018 or 2019 actually was a period of boom in the car industry. Each year would show new record sales figures worldwide and in Europe when it came to car production and car sales. In France, over the period from 2014 to 2018, so we have a 2-year interval over which we collected the data for 3 different years, 14, 16, 18. And over that period, we see that car production in France has increased by 27%, and the impact on employment even over that period was already negative. So one of the arguments that we bring forward is that electrification is something that is something we don't know the pace yet, but that will definitely happen. But the car industry already has lost quite a lot of jobs over the last years, and that is mainly independent of whether the cars are electric or not. But there are other reasons for that. And this is what you can see here on this graph on the left. So you have a 10% drop in employment just in the powertrain companies that we've looked at, and you have 27% of cars that are produced, well, a growth of 27% of in car production. At the same time, and that is one of the explanations, is what you see on the right-hand side of the slide is the number of agency workers. So what companies have basically done, and especially OEMs, is they have massively replaced stable permanent employment by temporary agency workers. So you see that for OEMs, the rate went up from 6% in 2014, and in the year of really massive volumes of 2018, there were 26%. So you see similar things for the OES and subcontractors. So that's basically tier 1, tier 2, and tier 2 suppliers. But that kind of gives you the picture. So our argument starts with the thing that actually electrification will lead to job reduction, and I think there's at least in the powertrain industry. Yeah, okay, so we're only talking about the powertrain industry here. It's it's basically an accelerator. So the tendency towards fewer employment is something that we've already seen in the past, and that has also happened for other reasons. You obviously have digitalization, automatization quite a lot. Delocalization is a massive phenomenon, not especially for the suppliers, but also for OEMs, as you know. And now you have electrification, if you want, on top of that. So and that is important when we come later to the conclusions and the different scenarios that we have created. So what we've done here, and I'm sorry, I know this slide is not very easy to digest, but what we've done here is we have tried to calculate employment figures for the need for manual labor for the different types of transmission technologies, starting from diesel, which is the most labor-intensive technology, and then it goes down to all the different technologies. What we've done basically is, since in our daily routine we're in touch quite a bit with experts, people who work for OEMs, suppliers in the technical departments, the R&D development, but also production. We've tried to discuss with them and get an idea of the ratio of the number of people that you actually need in the different steps of the production process, depending on the technology. Okay, so how many people do you need for engine assembly when it's diesel? How many do you need when it's a mild hybrid? How many needs when it's plug-in hybrid, and so on and so forth. And then using these interviews that we've conducted, there were quite a few actually, we've created these indices. These indices basically show the difference of manual labor that is needed in the powertrain industry to produce 1,000 engines. And what you see here is the sharpest contrast between two different technologies is diesel, where again it's the most labor-intensive technology, and that compared to full electric vehicles, where you have a difference of about 40%, so 40% less manual labor for electric engines compared to diesel. And just as a reminder to those of you who don't know, that is that the French market has always been historically been very diesel dominated. Diesel sales figures dropped quite sharply after Dieselgate. We talked a bit about it this morning. But production in France is still very, especially when it comes to suppliers, is still very diesel focused. So this is kind of a reference point that we use. But obviously there are also other technologies that are being used, and the difference is not as sharp as it would be here. But these are the figures that we've used to do all the rest. I know that there was a question about hybrid this morning. Just maybe a quick explanation on this. Hybrid is, well, the advantage of hybrid is that it is compared to all the other technologies that we have relatively labor intensive, because you need both. You need a combustion engine and you need an electric engine. But the disadvantage is that I think it can only be a transition technology. So that kind of sticks out here. But I think in the future we'll see the trend that will probably rather move to that electric, to the figures that you see here for the electric engines. So what we've looked at basically, we now use that data, the data that I've presented here, and we try to think about, okay, if this is the labor that you need for future for the assembly and the production of engines in the future, then okay, how will the future look like? So what is kind of the time trends that we can apply these data to? And in our model, we've used basically 3 sets of factors. One, the obvious one is the one here in the bottom left, technology. So it's basically, if you want to break it down to one simple explanation, it's the pace of electrification. It basically, we've used analyst data, we've used data from publications on electrification, and we've tried to construct different scenarios and say, like, how many full electric vehicles will there be in 2030, 2035, 2050? How many mild hybrids? How many? How long will it take until the internal combustion engine will disappear, and so on and so forth. So this is basically one of the factors that determines how quickly we move from the status quo to something that is predominantly electric. A second issue that has been raised, I think, in the chat this morning is the number of overall volumes. So how many cars will be produced, will be sold at the end, of course, but how many cars will be produced, will be needed on the market. And we've also tried to include kind of the consumer preferences that we see, that we've discussed, that also go a bit more into the direction of known and shared mobility and so on. We didn't really go into more detail. We've just assumed basically the number of engines that are going to be produced in France at a certain point in time, and there we've made different hypotheses. The highest one is basically we continue at the levels that we have now, so consumption will basically not change. And then we have other scenarios where you see that actually the volumes drop just because people buy fewer cars, to make it very simple. And the third set of factors is about supply chain management. So basically, where do all the parts come from? And this is a bit in line with what I said a bit earlier about delocalization and saying, okay, if we want to move towards something that might be a bit greener, it's not only changing the output, the product, but also the supply chain, and also try to produce the components that we use a bit more locally. And that also has a second part to it, because that is where basically our scenarios and hypotheses become a bit political, because this is something where both policymakers and companies have a choice, have some room for maneuver, and can actually do something in a more proactive way. Okay, without further ado, I will just show you the results with some explanation. Here you have the number of employees that are in the powertrain industry in our database, and that we have looked on. So these are the roughly 60,000 people in 2019 or 2018. And then here are the scenarios, and they depend. The difference depend on these different 3 kind of sectors, and we have split them into bigger blocks. Again, we have more precise information on what kind of assumptions we have made in the paper, but I will just briefly summarize them here. The green one, which should actually be not green in color because it's the less green scenario that we have, is basically a laissez-faire scenario. So we just assume that things go on as they were. There's a normal pace of electrification, no ambitious CO2 reduction aims, no aim to reduce volumes. It basically goes on as it was. And we also continue the deindustrialization that we have seen in the past. That's what I said earlier, where you see permanent stable employment has already decreased independent of electrification. And we just continue doing that. And you actually see, when you look at the green line here, you see that this is, in terms of employment, that's the worst scenario. So we would assume if you just kept on doing what we've been doing for the last 30 years or so, then we would expect a decrease in employment of around 70% due to electrification. But then we have other scenarios that are probably a bit more ambitious. So the second one, the purple violet one here, that is one where you actually have some kind of political support, and you also have what we call a pro-industrial policy. So that means that there is actually a stronger move to quick electrification, but there's also a stronger will to keep employment locally and to introduce some kind of local value chains. And this is basically how these scenarios move up here. So the further you move to the right, so scenarios 3 and 4, you will see that we've included higher degrees of both political will to foster e-mobility. So there will actually be electrification is actually faster in these scenarios. But we've also included in the scenario 3 a possible drop in volumes, but also a political, again from both companies and but also might also be policymakers, a political shift towards more local value chains and reintegration or localization of productions. And in scenario 4, we have in addition we have also included the possibility of having actually fewer and lighter cars. So in terms of CO2 emissions, the scenario 4 would probably be the most ambitious one. When you look at the results, though, then you might notice that the employment effect, I mean, it is always negative. And as I said before, this is an industry study. Okay, so we have not looked at, there's this very famous BCG paper that actually looks at all the components in a car and how much, and how they will change and how much labor you will need to assemble and produce all them, to produce and assemble all them. We haven't done that. So we've just looked at the companies that we know, basically. So there might be other jobs that are created elsewhere. But from a pure PowerPoint perspective, you will always have a negative impact. I think that's quite obvious because it's just the powertrain is just much simpler than it was with ICs. But you also see that actually the kind of the political will and the industrial strategy is actually quite important, and that you see that when you go a bit more here to the right, and when you see that you have these local value chain component in there, then you might actually be able to keep quite a substantial number of employment in high cost countries like France. I think there's no reason why that should be different anywhere else. I think one of the key messages here is that we wanted to show that yes, electrification is a threat to employment in the powertrain industry, but there's also room for maneuver, and there's also leeway for political and company actors to do something about the reduction. So I think, yeah, the key takeaway really that when you look at how the value chain is organized, how you produce things, then even lower volumes and fewer cars can actually still be produced without completely giving up the industry. And the worst thing in terms of employment that we've seen is just basically a go on as we used to strategy. And we should also add that, and that was one of the questions in the chat this morning, of new activities that can be created around the value chain, that in which new employment might be created. I think for electric vehicles, and we've also looked at it. I haven't included it here on the paper because it's a bit different thing, but we've also looked at things like infrastructure, just the charging stations that you need to set up and maintain. And we've also looked at other activities that might actually create new employment or replace the jobs that have been lost due to electrification of the powertrain industry. And battery recycling is probably one of the easiest one. Well, this is actually kind of the highest estimate that we have, the 9,000 jobs that could be created in that industry. But we estimate, it really depends, but we estimate it could be on the long run up to 9,000 jobs. In the short run, probably more between 2,000 and 5,000 jobs. And then this is something that, Bela, if you could just give me an update on the time, please.
Sebastian, 5 minutes.
Okay, great, perfect, thank you. Okay, so what we've done, because this is all very interesting and we have a lot of data and all that, but we wanted also to know how that looks like on the ground, if you like. So we have a case study with a company that we know a little bit, which is Renault, and they have a plant in Flins, which is in the Paris region, located in the northwest of Paris. Quite a big one. They have about 4,000 employees at the time that we conducted the study. It was this is data for 2020. 2,500 roughly permanent employees, 1,500 agency workers. Big assembly plant. They also do parts, metal sheets, and some deep drawing. And they already do a bit of refurbishment. In terms of production, they already produce electric vehicles. Actually, they assemble the Zoe for Renault and the Nissan Micra as well. What has happened here, or what is actually happening at the moment, is when the company representatives actually looked at, well, the way they presented it, there's a lot of public information online, and Renault is doing actually a lot of advertisement on this. And yeah, they use it as it's kind of an example that they want to show to the public. So you can actually find quite a lot of public information. But we also had a couple of discussions with company representatives and site representatives and employer representatives on the site. So what you see is what they've basically looked at, and these are not the latest figures, but they are the figures that we used at the time when we made the study and that were actually relevant then. This is basically what we said. You know, you had a very good market development up till around 2019, and this is just Europe, and then figures dropped. Then you had the pandemic and everything. We all know that, and then they have revised the predictions a bit. But nevertheless, it won't change anything. You always have this market that is relatively flat. So even before Corona, before COVID, nobody thought that, most people didn't think that the massive growth that we've seen up until 2019 would continue. So the market basically flatlines. The second thing, and we've also talked about this morning already, is that the shift towards basically, you know, you can call them SUVs, but basically more expensive cars. So all the A/B segments are basically in difficulty, and most of the A/B segments are not produced in countries like France anymore. The very few that are left, most of them have gone either to Spain or Portugal or to Eastern Europe. And there's another thing that they presented to us, which is actually quite interesting, and that's the development of for spare parts in France, where you actually see massive growth rates each year. And they thought there might be an interesting business opportunity here. So what they've done is, and this is hopefully readable, and I'll just try to explain it without going into any all the different boxes here. But what they've basically done is, what they're doing at the moment is they're transforming the car from basically an assembly site to what they call a refactory. And the idea of the refactory is that they work on the car life cycle. So what they do is they use used cars that can be either electric or ICs or hybrids. And then they do all kinds of different things with them. When it comes to battery, we talked about batteries earlier. So they will recycle batteries one day. But what they do first is they try to recondition and reuse them. And if they're not reconditionable, then they might just disassemble them and recycle them. And this is one important part of the activities. And then they use all these parts. They also disassemble old cars, and they use them, either they sell the spare parts, that's why the spare parts, the prices are important, or they use that to do maintenance, to recondition or to retrofit the used cars that they received. So the idea is basically to move from a model that is purely based on assembling production. They already have a bit of refurbishment, so they don't start from scratch here. But to move to a model where an entire site with many employees, with thousands of employees, actually works on the car life cycle management. So they try to get the parts from the old cars. They do fleet maintenance for car rental companies. They will do fleet maintenance for rental companies. They can recondition used cars and then sell them back, or they can also retrofit, which is something that is actually quite new and still at the moment, as far as I know, very expensive to retrofit cars. That means just to convert ICE to electric engines. So these are all the kind of the activities that they're launching at the moment. They have started in, I think, November 2021, so it's quite recent. We don't know how it will look like. But what we see is kind of the outlook of it. The projections that we've seen is that, yeah, the inauguration was in November 2021. They're expecting a capacity that they can actually refurbish 180 used cars per day, which would be 45,000 cars a year. That's quite a lot. The turnover is to be expected to be 200 million euros by 2025, and 1 billion by 2030. Again, I also think that's quite impressive for a site of that size. But the most important thing that for us is obviously employment, and even here you see some changes, but it's not just giving up the plant to do some and just closing it down as they've done in the past, but they really say we want to do something else with it. And when you look at the employment figures, it's a bit difficult to estimate, but we tried. So there are roughly 4,000 people there at the moment. That's what I said earlier. 1,500 temps. When you look at the permanent employees, they're here. So they're already working, a few of them are already working in the refactory, but most of them work in assembly in the parts section. The parts section will actually, some of it will remain, and all the other jobs, they will go into the refactory. So they still expect to have about 3,000 employees by 2030, which is, if you just look at the permanent employment now, actually quite a positive development, if you assume that they probably always need temporary workers for the spikes. So that is one model that was actually where we're actually trying to show that the other activities that are outside of the pure powertrain business, and that even though you might need fewer people in the new electrified powertrain industry, that even the capacities that you have at hand might actually put to use and be used in a different way. And as you can see in this example, the company has communicated publicly that they are contemplating at the moment to apply a similar model to the Sevilla plant in Spain. I don't know how far that project is advanced, to be honest, but at least this is something that they're thinking about. And with that slide, I conclude my presentation, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you, Sebastian, really very much. Very important to have this snapshot picture on the powertrain industry, as that is really having the strongest effect. Also important to see how industrial policy can have an influence, and then the new manufacturing concept, also very interesting. We will come back to this in the debate. Now we take another presentation that is from Central Europe, and the only country in this afternoon is Hungary. But in the entire study, we have Czechia, Slovakia, Romania, and Poland. So now we focus on Hungary. Dear Andrea, thanks a lot. And unfortunately, we only have 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. So
thanks a lot. Okay.
Try to be quick. As the initial slide says, it's a paper written by a team of 4 persons. So I have 3 other colleagues, and I will present our common results. And to summarize the research question in a very simplistic sentence, and I will also make it a little bit more sophisticated. Our question was whether the transition to electric vehicle will have a devastating impact for factory economies in the integrated European periphery, the automotive value chain. In factory economies, where the automotive industry played historically a very important role in the modernization, growth, upgrading, employment. So will our prior achievements be lost or not? That's a research question. Will there be downgrading? Will the existing actors just close down and exit the market? Or can we expect additional FDI, additional foreign direct investment, because all this modernization is FDI driven? So that's the question formulated in a simplistic way, in a more sophisticated, more geeky economic terms, whether transition to electric vehicle will result in a technological and structural lock-in for countries, for these factory economies in Central Europe that are heavily specialized in the traditional technology in internal combustion engine specific production. So that's the question, and of course with a special focus on the impact on employment. So basically what we did was thing that we refer to as a discourse analysis. We interviewed a lot of stakeholders in this industry, and here I classified the different types in 7 groups. So we interviewed companies that specialize in internal combustion engine specific production, in new electric vehicle specific production, in battery manufacturing. We interviewed representatives of industry associations, trade unions, experts, and so on and so on. And our basic questions were so very open-ended, how they perceive the impact of this transition on the automotive industry, how they are prepared, how they perceive the preparedness of Hungary for this transition. And of course, we complemented all this discourse analysis with data compilation, and we carried out an extensive review also, not only of the academic literature, but also of the business press to find out transactions in Central Europe, what they are like, automotive industry specific transactions. Because this, I will return to this issue. This can also give rise to nice conclusions. So here I put some data on the specifics of the sector. I won't detail the data very much. Only the fact that they show a very outstanding, a very unhealthy exposure of Hungary to the automotive industry and to the, as Bela recently said, the decisions taken in the core country at the headquarters of our investors. Now, the first result that crystallized from this discourse analysis, from the interviews, that our interviewees are surprisingly optimistic about the fate of the industry. They say industry is in good shape and we don't need to worry about mass technological unemployment. We will have good long-term prospects. Now, of course, there were exceptions. There were industry experts who were pessimistic, and they spoke about downsizing and exits and closures and job losses, but the dominant majority of the interviewees were optimistic, and this was all the more surprising because if we take a look at the data, so employment, as it says below the yellow line, employment is already declining. And of course, there is a high share of temporary agency workers that may add to the decline or reduce the decline depending on the cycle itself. But there is a significant decline in employment, and there is a silent capital withdrawal. So in 2020, our investors reduced their equity by 600 million euros, which is not to neglect. And this capital withdrawal continued also in last year. And if we take into account also the very low added value, that even following the upgrading, decades of upgrading, the value added of local production is still low, then really it was puzzling why the interviewees were so optimistic. So one more sentence about the local value added. Here you've got the value added share of production in the automotive sector. So in just motor vehicles, trailers, and semi-trailers, compiled from the OECD STAN database. The green line is Hungary, And the blue line is Germany, just for comparison. We have got Czechia and Spain also. So as you see, it's not only much below, I mean, the value added share, much below the one of Germany, but it is stagnating at most, if not declining. So why are inter-UVs so optimistic? One issue is that Hungary over time, over the past couple of years, has become a leader in the, as Wolfgang mentioned it, in the battery race. There were huge, really significant FDI inflows in battery manufacturing by Asian investors. And of course, this is a snapshot in 2021 about the manufacturing capacity that says, and this is Standard & Poor's market information, that says that Hungary is the third one, the third highest in the world in terms of lithium, in terms of battery manufacturing capacity. Of course, this will change. We will soon lose this nice ranking, but nevertheless, this is one aspect that made inter-UVs optimistic. Another issue is that they deemed Hungary's preparedness quite good for the transition. There are strong incentives in place for battery electric vehicle adoption. Used car sales, electric car sales are going up. Charging infrastructure is also, in terms of Central Europe at least, it is in good shape. Of course, you cannot combine it with Austria. There are, as the last row says, there are 17 public chargers per 100,000 population, whereas in Austria the relevant number is 100. So, but nevertheless, this is one issue that gave rise to optimism. And the next one is, I mentioned we conducted an extensive review of automotive industry related transactions over the past 2.5 years. A caveat is in place because we ended this review in March 2021. But as you see, this nice word art, so the blue lines about investments coming in, about new manufacturing capacities and expansion of the existing ones. So this is Central Europe, not only Hungary. But nevertheless, we are still at the receiving end of FDI investment. So someone in the morning told about Tommaso about relocations to Central Europe. So we are in Eastern Europe, and we are still at the receiving end. And this made Hungarian inter-UVs, you can say blindly, but blindly optimistic. Now, in terms of employment, when we speak of employment, I think this is what reflects the future, the near-term and the medium-term future of the Hungarian industry, whether we are prepared for the transition and we are future-proof for the conversion of existing manufacturing facilities or not. So these lines are not of the feature that should make us very optimistic. Why? Because there is a very serious shortage at the labor market. There are many temporary agency workers, and it needs to be emphasized, and I will come back to this point, that labor regulations have been weakened in terms of making the Hungarian location investor friendly, so attractive for further greenfield investment. And existing actors try to compensate for serious labor shortages by increasing the automation ratio. So there is already extensive automation in place. And Of course, when we all know that digitalization makes the knowledge intensity of production, all kinds of production, by an order of magnitude more knowledge intensive. And especially in electric vehicle production, there will be demand for more skills. Now, in terms of the future-proofness of Hungary, let me emphasize here this this last bullet point, that our educational system, and in particular the vocational educational system, is, well, in an exaggerated terms, we could say it is in the ruins. But there have been so many institutional transformations, so many reforms over the past couple of years, reduction in the curricula, continuous and consistent reduction in the financing of education. There is low incidence of lifelong learning. Everything is just pushed on the shoulders of existing investors, that they have to train their employees in-house. And of course they do, but this should be in principle complementary. But if the vocational education system is absolutely unprepared, and I have got some very nice data for you that shows, look at the share of underachieving 15-year-old students in basic skills, in reading, mathematics, and science, how it grew over the past decade, this share, instead of declining, how the number or the share of early leavers grew. So just to summarize in one sentence, our education system is not future-proof. There is no investment in the future skills that are necessary to continue to continue along the achieved position in the European automotive value chain. And one more thing is that let me return to policy. So there is a very serious policy misalignment, because of course it is a stated goal of the Hungarian industrial policy to preserve the automotive industry, the most important industry in terms of all kinds of success indicators, even achieve upgrading and attract additional investment. But what policy does, instead of investing in education, is to relax the labor market regulations, to relax environmental regulation, to suppress wages, to impose measures like the famous slave law that gives huge space for action to existing investors. So there is a clear policy misalignment between the stated goals and the instrument. So if one policy recommendation is in place, it should be more policy consistency. So altogether, how can I summarize the conclusion to the research question that I formulated in terms of technological and structural lock-in, whether transition will cause that or not? So we cannot speak of technological and structural lock-in if we take a look at the additional investment inflows, at so there is really a kind of optimism, a kind of justified optimism by our interviewees. So the first signs are really against such a lock-in situation. But if we dig a little bit deeper, we can just without exaggeration claim that there is a lock-in, an even more serious lock-in in the so-called dependent model of capitalism, that Hungary will be even more exposed to the decisions of existing and new investors in terms of the survival of the industry. And it is really questionable whether investors who are facing rapid concentration of the industry and need for huge tangible and intangible investments to preserve competitiveness, whether they remain committed to invest in a location that does its best to attract and retain them on the basis, only on the basis of low labor costs. So it is highly questionable whether this is a good strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea, also for keeping the time. Very interesting. So there is some optimism around on the labor market. It is not the job loss, the biggest fear, but the huge structural challenges and indeed the underperformance of the educational system. That is really a challenge. We come back to some of this in the debate, and now we go to Christian Brunkhorst, IG Metall, to have point of view. I mean, well, in a way also from Germany, but from trade union, IG Metall. So Christian, please, if you can, 20 minutes, and thank you very much for contributing.
Thank you, Bela. Thank you also for inviting me to this event. And of course, I've been following and participating in the study all the time, so I'm quite happy to be part of that. Let me give a short overview about the auto industry in Germany, and then come to the issues we are facing as a trade union and how we deal with that. Most of the things we are facing have been mentioned earlier today in the morning by the various speakers, all the major drivers that change and reshape the auto industry. But to give you a short overview about how important the auto industry is for the German society, for the German economy, let me give you some figures about that. In 2020, the German auto industry had a turnover in total of more than 400 billion euros, which is quite a lot, which is about 10% of the whole gross domestic product in Germany. And you can imagine that the auto industry with that size plays a very important role in making Germany one of the most industrialized countries, where Germany still has 20% of their gross domestic product coming from industry, compared to other countries where industry plays a much smaller role. Looking at employment, the auto industry in a bigger scale employs about 2.2 million people. In a narrow view, the auto industry, so the direct industry, including suppliers, is about 800,000 employees, which is the 2.2 million is about 7% of the number of employees are employed people in Germany. And also for IG Metall as a trade union, the auto industry plays a big role. You probably know IG Metall is the biggest single union in democratic countries or democratic unions, with some 2.2 million members as a whole. half of the IG Metall members who actually are in working in workplaces are coming from the wider automotive industry. So that shows you how important the industry is. The industry is already undergoing big changes. For example, one of the figures that show how much the changes are already happening is the number of actually manufactured cars in Germany. In 2016, roughly 5.7 million cars were assembled in Germany. In 2021, the number has been heavily reduced to 3.1 million cars. Actually, there are a lot of issues behind that. For example, the chips crisis, COVID, and so on, played a major role in these changes. But also there has been the effect of what has been mentioned earlier of relocation of production to what in terms of the automakers is called low-cost countries. So to cheaper manufacturing sites or lower labor cost sites. That definitely is one of the big effects we are facing. And one of the reasons, of course, is the policy or the model politics of the automakers using the launch of new cars to relocate production of cars to cheaper places, and having for example, the less demanded cars, keeping them still in Germany and running down production over time. So this is what actually happens already. The main drivers we are facing, so in connection to all the structural changes, is what I said is we see a reduction of production in German factories. That's not only the final assembly of cars, but that's also in the whole supply chain, in the suppliers where who also are heavily looking at reducing costs and relocating production to low-cost countries. On the other side, we see we saw a massive increase in development jobs, so R&D jobs. Over the last decade, we probably 100,000 R&D jobs were created in the German auto and supplier industry, mainly due to the need to develop new technologies and also as part of the transformation of the automakers and the big suppliers into software companies. The second driver, of course, is what has been mentioned earlier, is the change in the drivetrain. So the move away from the combustion engine drivetrain and the step up of the electrical drivetrain. As part of that, in IG Metall, we are looking at this development now for more than a decade. Even already in 2010, we launched a study that was supposed to look at employment development, like similar to what Sebastian Schulze-Marmeling reported about the situation in France. It's the how to say, famous ELAP study. Most of people aware of the development in the auto industry know about that, and that already was launched in 2010. And at that point, it showed quite clear that for a certain time, at least for the last decade, the electrification of a drivetrain would have a overall positive employment effect because of the need to develop all these new technologies. And now, starting or beginning at around 2018, we can see a reversal of that effect, meaning that we are now in a phase where we are losing jobs as a whole. We already, over the last 4 years, lost about 50,000 jobs in the German auto industry, mainly due to, of course, to reduced production, but also as part of the already starting transition of the auto industry. The third driver we have is we have a new competition. Tesla has been mentioned already. Tesla is putting a big pressure on technology, and not only Tesla, but also other players, the Chinese industry. But these new players who entered the market put big pressure on the industry as a whole. Most notably with the greenfield production sites that Tesla is able to establish, making production much easier than transforming established or existing sites, and also with their new technologies and their Tesla's, for example, model to finance itself, not having to look at legacy costs and legacy structures. So with a totally different business model. And of course, there is the permanent cost pressure connected to the crisis we had over the last couple of years, like COVID, like the financial crisis, and of course now the chip crisis and the Ukraine crisis. So there's a lot of things we, as a trade union, we have to deal with, and also the auto industry has to deal with. So to come to our conclusions around this situation, IG Metall has all the time supported the overall strategies, for example, around decarbonization, and to do everything to prevent the effects of the climate change. So we've always supported measures to go away from fossil fuels and to find a way to change the industry, change products around that. IG Metall has never tried to stop these changes. That has never been our policy, but instead our policy has always been to, in Germany we call it shape the change. So in terms of the ETUC and industrial strategy, we would call it, try to shape the change in order to get a just transition. This, of course, for us, it's immensely important to find a way to make the transition successful for the German auto industry, mainly due to the importance of the auto industry for the German society and the German economy. So what have been our activities around that? And of course, I don't tell you news when I would conclude that IG Metall is probably looking, comparing to other trade unions, the most powerful or the most influential union in the Western or in the EU countries. But still, there's every time it's more to do and more to be expected. But of course, our fields of activities have been mainly industrial policy and, of course, company and workforce policies. So looking at industrial policy, we've we very early started to demand from German government to look at an industrial policy to support or to establish the whole value chain around electrified drivetrain, meaning what has also been mentioned earlier today, meaning to create the possibility to establish or to build a value chain around lithium-ion cell manufacturing, battery manufacturing, and also the other components of the electrical drivetrain. Secondly, we've been lobbying all the time for means for an enhancement of the means to support the changes in the industry. As part of our findings over the last years, we know quite well how many jobs are at risk and what companies and what regions are at risk due to the changes, to the transformation of the combustion engine drivetrain, and that's some regions who are highly dependent on the manufacturing of components for the combustion engine drivetrains, who are at risk at being, how to say, devastated if there is no future industry for these regions. So the second major issue is to look at regional policies, industrial policies, and regional policies to support a transformation of regions who are highly affected. The last measure for that is a donation or a pot of 340 million euros given from the country, from our German government, to support regional transformation networks where stakeholders are asked to come up with ideas, develop ideas how to transform their region, their dependence on the combustion engine drivetrain into alternatives and find alternatives for the local economy. Same goes for regional education, re-education networks to support re-education of people affected by the changes. So that's only examples of what we've done on the policy level. On the company level, that's same as important as the industrial level. We are looking at the first place at educating and supporting the works councils, the trade unions within the company, to use their possibilities to shape the transformation of the company and to save as many jobs in their plans. And of course, we are, to be honest, of course, we are a bit better off than trade unions and works councils in other European countries. But of course, we know and we use these measures, these tools to gain as much as possible. Probably how to say, the benchmark of what has been achieved in this case, in this aspect, is the many agreements that have been struck within Volkswagen, where it was possible already 4 to 5 years ago to strike a series of agreements to, how to say, to regulate, to define the conditions under which the transformation of the company into an electrical company, into a manufacturing of electrical cars would happen. And already the transformation of various local production sites have been fulfilled. There are already 2 production sites that manufacture electrical cars, and there are several production sites where components for electrical drivetrains are manufactured, from electrical engines up to even cells. And from our point of view, the biggest or the most important thing is this happens within the legal structures of Volkswagen. So it's not a greenfield issue. It's not something that happens in a startup structure without collective agreements, without regulations. So it's kept within the legal structure and within the frame of the Volkswagen working conditions, which is crucial for us. Because that's the other side, that's the big risk of from a worker standpoint and from a trade union standpoint, that this transformation is used by the companies to get rid of collective agreements, to get rid of good regulated workplaces and good regulated working conditions. And we can see that quite clear when we go downstairs in the supply chain. The lower, how to say, we go in the value chain, the more difficult it is to deal with the companies, to even come into talks about the future of production sites. And there has been a lot of pressure to use these structural changes as an excuse or as a moment to relocate production and to go out of Germany with, but not only out of Germany, but go out of high cost, so-called high cost production sites in Western Europe. Of course, that's the biggest issue we are facing now, to make sure that we have a good participation of the workforce during this transformation process, and to come back to a conclusion or come to the end. We are, how to say, we are in the middle of these debates, these activities in the companies. We still have a lot of small and medium enterprise companies who are directly connected to the combustion engine drivetrain, where it's obvious that most of company managements don't have a clue what is the future in the midterm. Midterm meaning 2030 following, where it has to be expected that the drivetrain, the combustion engine drivetrain, plays a much lesser role than today. So we're in the middle of these activities, of these changes. And I guess looking at the European perspective, the following session, looking at policy recommendations, Judith Curtin-Darling will quite clearly recommend to increase the means of workers' participation in all these changes. I would say in Germany we have and use, of course, intensely the means we have. And it's still difficult to play a good role and come to a situation where we are near to a, how to say, just transition. But of course, we try, and we, as I said, we are probably on a good way, at least in the biggest companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian, very much. We had the three contributions, and now we have time for discussion, 20 minutes still. So I don't see actually new questions in the Q&A, still some leftovers from the morning. So I would actually have question to Sebastian, but please, oh yeah, oh Tommaso, they're very nice. Thank you. So please.
Yes. Well, yes. Thank you to all the speakers. That's very nice. Sorry. Okay, thank you to all the speakers. It's very nice to dive down into national case, because Europe is made by very different countries, and we see that there are very different dynamics depending on which country you're looking at. So I have a short question for each of you. So for France, I understand what you're saying about the importance of industrial policy in supporting electrifications, but what do you mean in concrete terms? I have my feeling that in Europe, we have to a certain extent ban industrial policy. There is no possibility to make vertical policies in which you decide to support a domestic actor, and so you discriminate against foreign investors or competitors. This is illegal. So how do you make industrial policies that support relocation? As far as I know, in France, what has been tried to do is to decrease taxes so that it becomes more competitive to keep production in France, but that doesn't work. As you say, the employment has been going down regularly, the taxes as well. And I don't see what do you mean by a relocation strategy? How concretely the government, what concretely the government should do? What are the measures that could, within the European framework, allow to make an active policies of reindustrializations in the automotive sectors? So that would be a kind of general question that is for France. For Hungary, of course, there is this problem of dependent capitalism that I think our colleague Pavlinek has shown that very well. There is like 98% of the automotive industry in Central East European countries controlled by foreign capital. So it's very difficult to consider this industry as a domestic industry. And as you said, you depend very much on your capacity of keeping labor costs down in order to keep attracting investment. I was thinking, have you looked at what is happening in United States with Mexico? Because that's quite interesting. Is the UMCA new agreement in which you have a very strong labor chapter, and in which basically the United States started saying, well, if you want to produce cars in Mexico, you need a certain level of minimum wage, and it's a $16 barrier. And otherwise, you cannot anymore import cars to the United States. And there is also a lot of industrial, labor relations reforms in Mexico that have become conditions for Mexico to be able to access the North American market. And I think it's very interesting that it's from neoliberal United States that we see a much more progressive attempts to regulate this regional value chain. And what about thinking about something similar in Europe? You know, the debate on minimum wage is still very far from reaching any point. What do you think about that? And concerning Germany, I think that IG Metall, as has been said, is the strongest trade union by far in the automotive sector and in the metal sector generally. And we know that also in Europe, at the European level, I will let Benjamin talk about that later, but we know that the influence of IG Metall is a driving force at the German, but also at the European level. And my feeling is that what you were talking about is a defense of the German model, which has been very successful. Premium cars, but also co-management, also a lot of social dialogue. But what is the vision about Europe? And do you have a vision and a political view of how European integration should change? Are you happy? You were talking about relocation, and it seemed like you were talking about that as a state. This is the state of affairs. There are relocation, there are low-cost countries in Europe. It's normal that business go there, so we need to fight against that. But is that normal? Is that okay that the European integration is about seeking for efficiency and driving down labor costs? Should the labor union movement should not look about changing that and and try to seek for markets in these countries and social integration and social cohesions? I mean, what is the IG Metall view about dealing with these problems of the relocation, or you just consider that that is outside the scope of what a trade union could fight or could propose for? Thank you very much.
Yes, one more. I refrained, but I wanted because we are short in time, and Tommaso was actually putting a full kaleidoscope of questions that are we have one. Please keep it short if you can. Yeah, just question. Yeah, sure. Good.
Thank you. About the German trade union, which is very important, as the colleague mentioned, we need your support in the transition to be in a more slower version. The capitalists and the globalists, they want this to happen quickly. We believe the transition must be in a slower version for lots of reasons. Also, more science needed to the trade unions. For example, you are still mentioning, the gentleman mentioned the ion batteries, which they have a lot of implications in blowing up, in their charging capacities, and in pollution. So we need your assistance on the research, as I mentioned before, for the new elements between the 17 elements in the rare earths. Finishing, I would like to mention that the participatory mentioning of the colleague from the union, it is very important, but the question is, what kind of participation do we want? This is a matter of big discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bela, just a question. As I have to leave in about 10 minutes, would it be possible for me to answer as first?
I think we actually don't even, we have just 10 minutes. But okay, sure, of course, you do it first. First, I only asked the last chance from the audience if somebody still wants to drop in. Okay, so then Christian go first, and then the Sebastian and Andrea.
Yeah, many thanks to the two questions. Let me go to the second question first about technologies and what could be our role, or what are we asking for to influence and to be participated in. Of course, being realistic, we are not looking into how to say in detail influence company policies, and I would be careful in expecting even from a how to say a powerful trade union as IG Metall to be able to how to say influence the long-term strategy of automakers and big suppliers as a whole. So that would probably a much too big expectation from IG Metall. What we are trying, and what also would be a demand or a request on the European scale, is that workers and workers' representatives are part of the transition, so they are not surprised at a certain moment that a company wants to shut down a production site, abandoning production without giving the workforce to find other alternatives, or even trying to come up with ideas to transform a production site in order to become a part of future parts of the automotive supply chain, or even being transformed to other industries. So it's a question of being included in the transformation process. And what has always been our demand also on a European scale is to enhance the participation rights. So enhance the rights to be informed by employers very early on their plans, and being able to be part of the process of the decision-making process about the future of production, of development processes, and so on. We're not talking about, and that would probably far too much to be part of management decision-making around investments and company strategies. So I would be realistic on that. Second, Tommaso's question about relocation. IG Metall's position on that is, how to say, a bit similar to what I just said. Of course, there is this overall cost pressure in the automotive industry, and in the long run, we've never been never been successful to, and that would be even result in negative turnback if we would try to force companies to produce at higher costs. So that's one side. Second aspect of that is, of course, IG Metall has always been supporting the establishment of industries in the Eastern European countries. So there's no, how to say, policy against relocation as a whole, as there is a need, of course, to establish industries and well-paid, good regulated jobs. So our policy has always been, if the industry decides to relocate, we try to support local trade unions, for example, in Eastern European countries, but also in Northern Africa and so on, to establish structures, to organize people, and to regulate decent working conditions in these countries, but not preventing a relocation of workplaces.
Thank you. So, Sebastian and Andrea,
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tommaso, for the question. That is a very tricky one, I must admit, because so I will give you a technical and a political answer. The technical answer is quite easy. What we've done basically is just to assume that in these different scenarios, the kind of proportion of components that is produced locally increases from 0 to 30%. This is just a technical assumption that we've made. I must confess that we haven't really discussed in the paper how that could be done politically, and that's the tricky part when it comes to if you like, the political side of it. I think there are two sides to that debate. The first one comes from kind of the public policy side, and that is probably the trickiest one, because there you see that yes, well, maybe European legislation does not always help in that respect when it comes to making sure that local value chains in general are kept locally. And if you have watched the debate last night on the telly by any chance, then you might know that the political kind of side from which you get these kind of inputs are not the ones that you really want to be associated with. To say it a bit cryptically, but I think you know what I mean. So there's, I think, from a kind of economic industrial policy point of view, I think it's very, very complicated and that's not something that we have looked at in great detail, because that was kind of not what was written on our roadmap when we made that study. But I still think that's an interesting question. I don't want to avoid that, but I must say that I'm like, the political answer for me, at least, it's a bit difficult. Maybe other people have better ideas than me. I would still go back to like kind of the second side of it, which is when you look at the companies. And I remember in one of the first workshops that we had for this project, we had a discussion that was a bit similar. And the point I was making at the time was that from a kind of company strategy standpoint, that's probably for me the hardest nut to crack, because at the end, if you don't kind of incite companies to do something about that, then, I mean, if you know how companies work, and if you know how procurement in companies work, then you know what they will always look at is costs. And in the given model of shareholder value, increasing profits as a main goal of most company behavior, I don't see how you could actually change that without forcing them to do so, which, as I just said, is not really an option, because politically or legally you can't. And I know that there are some initiatives of, I think it's BMW, who has introduced some kind of sustainability clause into their procurement contracts. And others are following and doing something similar. But I think, and I'm actually quite convinced, that at the end of the day, it's always a price. Okay, so companies will always buy where they get a certain quality at the lowest price. They will always do that, unless you tell them not to and to do something else, which again, so, you know, now we're turning around in cycles. So that's kind of, I think for me, you've hit an important point there, because that's basically where politically and economically it is very, very tricky. However, that was not really, I don't want to avoid the answer. I don't want to avoid the discussion. I'm happy to have it, but I think that's kind of was not what we wanted to look at in our study. What we wanted to see, what we wanted to find out, to analyze, was that what are actually the factors that are driving employment here, and that was where kind of the argument came from. How to put that in place politically, I think, is another debate. It goes way beyond of what we did. It's still very interesting. I still think we should have that discussion. I just don't have an answer like that, but I would be happy to discuss that further, maybe at a later.
Thank you. Yes, that's fair enough. Yeah, it's really tricky. Huh? So 2 minutes left only. Sorry, Andrea.
We'll be short. Thank you, Tommaso, for the question, especially because I mentioned, or I hinted in my presentation, that there is a kind of race to the bottom behavior by the Hungarian government in order to make the location seem more investor friendly. But this race to the bottom is not in terms of abolishing the minimum wage, which is in place, and I am very much for a minimum wage because that's one important component of decent contract between labor and the employers. But on the other hand, this helps eliminating the dirty and dangerous and boring types of work by automation. And I'm absolutely not against automation because in the aggregate, it also improves working condition. What I meant by race to the bottom is rather complementary clauses, like how much overtime can be forced onto the employees, how much delay can employers enjoy in paying for this overtime, and whether labor relations are decently managed, or unionization is just made impossible. So these aspects need to be regulated, and especially, so there are issues not with German investors, but rather with Asian ones. But minimum wage is not an issue in Hungary. It is in place. It's quite high.
Yes, thank you, Andrea, very much. So now we are finished, at least the first part of the afternoon. Let me just say one more word, because having had this discussion now about reallocation, labor standards, very important. In the morning, we heard about the Foxconnization of the battery automobile value chain. So in this regard, you can really see a risk. If that would be the scenario, how it would look like in Europe. But I leave that for now, and I give the place to the panel. We will have a policy debate, and yes, all you are kindly invited.
Okay, and I think that Bella is a little bit relieved to stop to be on stage, and I will animate the last part of the day and the afternoon by this policy debate. All the speakers agree that they will have a short presentation, 7-8 minutes at the beginning, and I have a question for them, a surprise. And then we try to engage in a dialogue, in some kind of conversation, instead to have a three kind of presentation. And I think it's also this project, because we were working with different sides, and we want, if we want to have change, we need for sure to have a in-depth conversation. So my question for them, and then I will answer the question from my side, and you can completely also disagree or I see. What are for you this kind of consensus that we have reached now in this debate? Because it was a heated debate. It seems to me there is kind of a lot of progress, and there is some part, there is kind of common understanding. But there is other part, there is still, and we have seen that during the day, a lot of disagreement about what could be the future, what are the solutions, or what are the challenges. So I would like that you reflect a little bit on that. What you think that we have achieved as consensus in the domain, and where you see the big challenge, tension, etc. And from my side, trying to summarize, but I hope you disagree for the sake of the conversation with my consensus and tension. I think it's the first one would be employment will be more or less okay, depending on how you count. But the more you have a broader perspective, more employment should be okay, which doesn't mean that there is no problem. But the problem will be where the job will be done and what kind of job will be done. And that's a little bit different question, because it's the question to see, okay, you are a worker well paid in the core industry, and you become to create some infrastructure to plug in. It's not the same job and the same statute, and you don't have the same trade. It seems that for me that employment, there is some kind of consensus on the number, if you have a broader perspective, but also the challenge. And the second one is the business model is changing. And in any case, it will change. There is integration, disintegration, new competition, new entrant. So basically the industry, the sector will be different in 10 years with other company, and there is still a kind of open vision of what kind of integration, disintegration, horizontal, vertical will be there. And the third one, and I put in the third, not the first, kind of consensus that the technological neutrality is more or less over. Electrification, at least for the coming decade, is the key element. And I say three, and I see already Benjamin will disagree, but I didn't put that in first. But more an actor take this way. There is 3 points, it seems to me, of tension or disagreement. And the first, Tommaso was explaining, illustrating that this morning, is it the right model? So we change the model, but perhaps we change the model for a wrong model, producing the wrong car. If we take that the reducing the emission is the key, they are too heavy, the battery is a nonsense, etc. So perhaps we change the model, but we are not going in the right direction. Secondly, we have to think perhaps differently, because there is a kind of past dependency, and that's the next project. I think we hope with the ECF and you look to the mobility impact. Here we are speaking about car, but what will be the impact when you see the global mobility and the possible change, radical change or not in the mobility. And thirdly, which is also linked to the sustainability of the model, is about the resource and the rare ground or the resource, and then there is tension, because it's not a problem, it could be a problem. So that's kind of, if you ask me to summarize, you can, that will be my summarize, and I don't use 7 minutes, no, 5 minutes. So you have more or less 7-8 minutes to just open this kind of reflection. So I think that it's fair to come on to start with Klepa. You're invited here. That's you represent the supplier, so that and then we will go the other round, Alex and then Benjamin for the first round. But really just throw ideas on the debate. What you think it's a consensus, where you think it's still we need to think or have more debates.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, I'm the invitee. I'm probably the outsider in this room here. My name is Benjamin. I'm representing Klepa. That's the Association of the Automotive Suppliers Industry. As you will all be very familiar, you have automobile manufacturers building the vehicles. Every vehicle that you can see on the street, about 70,000 parts and components go in there. 3/4 of those are purchased from the supply chain. There are larger tier 1 companies in there, which you will have heard of. Bosch, for example, from Germany, Conti, Valeo in France, Gestamp in Spain, Brembo in Italy, to name but a few, who are present really across the European Union with quite a significant employment footprint in the European Union, which we are proud of, one of the things that we are proud of, and we would like to keep it that way. And thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to speak, also for the introduction. On behalf of Klepa, I take care of the political debates, so everywhere where there's a political fight, as we currently have pretty much every day. So this is likely where I am, including CO2 targets, which are one of the driving elements behind climate policy in mobility. And thank you also for the summary. I would like to pick up on a few points, and I will start with the consensus. That's the easier. You said electrification is the key element. I would even start a little bit earlier, one step before, climate neutrality or net zero mobility, if you want. That's definitely the consensus. We support the Paris Agreement. We support the further reaching ambition of the European Union to achieve climate neutrality in transport. We would like to do this in an efficient and effective way, as efficiently and as effectively as possible. Working really with the competitive strength that we have in Europe, and ideally also keeping employment in the European Union. Electrification, there I would also say it's an important element going forward. Direct electrification helps bringing down emissions. But there we are already on the track to where the details become a little bit more interesting and where we can have a discussion. I would wager, looking at the country I tend to know even better than other ones, Germany, if you charge your battery electric vehicle in Germany and you are lucky enough to have solar panels on your roof, it's definitely not a zero emission vehicle. So we need to see whether we are really effectively reducing emissions and whether there are maybe also other options in there. Also, electrification is one very good solution for certain use cases, but there are some use cases where we can have a discussion whether it's really the appropriate one. Looking at practicability, practical questions, but also sustainability overall, thinking about long distance transport, heavy goods, for example. The point about the business model that changes, I think that's absolutely true. And there, nobody would disagree with. That's part and parcel of industrial activity, of business activity. And also this, I think we would like to keep it that way. The question is whether change is driven by market demands and based on market mechanisms, or whether it's driven by political decisions. And here, talking about CO2 targets, for example, here we are going away from what the market demands. Here we are going towards what political decision makers decide as the way forward, even down to the level of what technology we can use. If we are agreeing, and the decision is taken these days really, in the European Parliament, yesterday the first vote, next week the next one, mid of May the next one, Council takes a little bit longer, so member states and the Council take a little bit longer. These decisions are taken right now. They are not taken yet. They are being taken right now. And it would be necessary from our point of view to really look at all the relevant arguments. Next point, employment will be okay, depending on how you count. Here, I would clearly like to disagree. We commissioned a study to PwC, their research arm. And rest assured, these are not the ones who are electrocritical. On the contrary. This study finds, top line, until 2040, under the CO2 targets currently proposed by the European Commission, a loss of 500,000 jobs across the European Union. 500,000. That's a sizable chunk of the entire employment in the industry. And that's suppliers only. That does not look on the side of the OEMs, which is, I think, a little bit more known. But the more complicated one, because supplier industry is structured very much differently, not the small group of very large companies. We are representing about 3,000 companies across the EU, and many of them small, medium-sized, many of them leaders in their respective niches. For those, the transition is going to be much more difficult. And for some of them, it will be end of business and end of employment. Electrification creates new opportunities, absolutely accepted, but of those 500,000 that we are going to lose, and that's direct employment, that's not counting indirect effects, we will, counting in new employment in electrification, still see a loss of 275,000. So by far, no compensation in there. On the questions on whether we are changing a model and whether we are deciding whether it's the right one, here again, I would like to point to this distinction between what is politically driven, what is market demand. What is demanded by the market, we are absolutely fine with. We have done this for decades, responding to market demand. Political decisions are a different phenomenon. And deciding what technology can be used in a political discussion rather than in the assessment of what the market demands and what the market wants is risky, because we need to be very, very certain that decisions that we are taking now hold until 2035, until 2040, 2050. So we assume that we know now what the technology for 2050 will be or has to be. And there we are a bit skeptical. There, and I'm coming to the end, not eating up everybody else's time. Here, the point we would like to make is go for what we did in the past, a technology open, in the true sense of the word, technology open regulation, define clear targets for climate policy, climate neutrality by 2050, absolutely no discussion about that, leave the way to get there, leave the task to figure out what the best solutions are to get there, to competition in the market, leave it to the market to decide what are the appropriate technologies for the use cases that we have between individual mobility in cities and longer distance transport of heavy goods, for example. And here I would make a stop for now. I'm sure everybody else has more to say about these topics.
Yeah, well, you will have a second chance to, and I'm sure that Tommaso will have a question about the market. Next move to, we move to Alex. It's transport and environment.
Thank you. Yeah. So brief introduction. So my name is Alex from Transport and Environment. And for those of you that don't know, Transport and Environment is Europe's largest leading clean transport NGO. I heard us mentioned earlier in Tommaso's presentation. We've been working on, well, our vision is for a completely decarbonized transport system with minimal impacts on the environment, health, and affordability. I'm personally taking care of cars policy at Transport Environment, and obviously this is the main discussion today about electrification of light-duty transport primarily. So thank you for the opportunity. It's been a very interesting discussion. I've managed to follow most of it online, so apologies if I maybe miss some of what was said earlier. I will start, as you can probably imagine, with CLEPA, we have a lot of points of divergence, which is why we've been invited today to discuss. So I will definitely be providing some counterpoints, and happy to take questions and elaborate on some of this stuff later on if I do go over time. So on the first, I'll start, if it's okay, with the question of electrification. Is it inevitable? And this obviously was the kind of opening gambit that we heard at the start of this whole day. So unsurprisingly, we at Transport and Environment do believe that the transition to electromobility, primarily for cars and vans, is indeed inevitable for a number of reasons. The question really, though, we should be discussing, we believe, is how fast this transition should be happening. So obviously, as we know, transport is the largest source of emissions in Europe, and of course has been growing, unlike other sectors. And for us, it's clear, replacing petrol and diesel cars on the road, new petrol and diesel cars with electric cars is the single most effective way to decarbonize road transport. Even if climate and air pollution was not an issue, electric cars would still be the future. From a technology and consumer point of view, they are more efficient, they're easier to use, and easier maintenance as well. So it's not even a question of protecting the climate, which is of course our primary reason for supporting it. Again, we've also heard about of course the geopolitical situation right now. Everyone's aware of it, and of course electric cars are zero emission at the tailpipe. I of course agree that if you look at it from a life cycle perspective, you cannot call electric car that is running on anything but 100% renewable electricity zero emission. Of course, that is not the case, but they are zero emission at the tailpipe, and they use zero oil. So of course they are a really important structural measure in the medium and even short term to reduce our dependence on Russian and all oil. So as I said, it is inevitable in our opinion, and it is really about, we can discuss the speed but not the direction of travel. An interesting point, I think, was a clear conclusion of this study, of this project, rather, not study, well, of course it's a collection of studies, is that keeping the combustion engine or hybrid technology alive for longer is a risk for longer term competitiveness and jobs in return for what is kind of shorter term stability. And this is really something that we see as a big warning for people in the trade union movement who maybe want to slow down the transition. Obviously the key to, now we've heard a number of times as well at the start, the key question on jobs, and this is maybe coming to the second point that was raised on consensus, is there going to be more or less or the same amount of jobs? unsurprisingly, we also disagree with Klepper on this. I know there's been a lot of job studies around, and they've been coming and going for years. And of course, the key crucial element is what is in the scope. And there's so many assumptions you can make, of course. And I know that it's probably difficult for those in the trade union movement to see so many different studies claiming different things. It is of course not necessarily always helpful in the discussion. There has been, of course, many studies that have found that on a macro level, of course, the jobs in the future following electrification will be net positive. Of course, that looks at the economy-wide level. If you look at just the engine or the drivetrain, of course, there's going to be job losses in the traditional ICE sector, in the suppliers, and of course, the manufacturing of these vehicles and these parts. A study that came out last year, done by Boston Consulting Group, took a broader vision of the automotive ecosystem. So looking at the traditional automotive sectors, the suppliers of ICE parts, suppliers of non-ICE parts, and also, of course, the wider EV ecosystem. So charging infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and batteries, of course. And here the conclusion was, and I think this is what has been proposed already today, or concluded already today, that net, there's going to be a leveling out. So those jobs that will be lost, which can be in several regions definitely significant, there will be, of course, a significant increase of jobs in the new EV ecosystem. And I think this is one of the key differences that we have between the Klepper study and this BCG study, where we think that the study that Benjamin mentioned earlier underestimates the job potential, growth potential in the new EV ecosystem. But then if I'm still okay for time, this is where it's really crucial that Europe makes a strong commitment to electrification and does not drag its heels, because if the transition is inevitable, then Europe is in a global race to capture the benefits of this new value chain. And it is not a given. These jobs, this new value chain, the value in this new value chain and the jobs that come with it are not a given. We're in a global race with China, with the US. And if we do not take a strong commitment to electromobility now, then if we lose the race, we lose our technology leadership in this area. And of course, we've spoken about, the people have spoken about batteries earlier, where Europe has caught up a lot recently. If we become dependent on China, on the US, Chinese battery makers, California software suppliers, we're going to be importing these products and these standards rather than the other way around. And this, we believe, is the greatest threat to the future of the automotive sector and future jobs. I think I will leave it there for now.
Okay.
Happy to elaborate, obviously, going
forward.
Yeah,
no, we will continue the conversation. No sure. Benjamin?
First thing on which we might have a consensus is that we have once again a male-only panel. You might believe that this is something which is a bad sign for gender equality, but actually it's not, because the three gentlemen that you have in front of you, all of them have as bosses three brilliant women. So we are all fallback options. So this is the result of the fact that we now have, and it's a good news for gender equality, women and qualified women in direction positions in all organizations. So it's a first thing on which we agree. Then I think that despite some divergences you have started to notice, we, I think, agree on the fact that we have ahead of us one of the fastest and largest industrial transition ever seen in recent history. Indeed, there are different studies with different methodologies, different scopes, different assumptions, different timeframes, but all those studies acknowledge that electrification and the transformation of the road transport industrial ecosystem entails a significant challenge for employment. Indeed, at macroeconomic level, we might have some slightly positive forecasts, but keep in mind that these are forecasts. This is an idea of what the real world could be in the coming years. It's not the truth. It's always depending on how the assumptions are selected and designed. It's a useful tool, but it's always an artifact. It's something which is built. always important to keep that important aspect in mind. Now, beyond the quantitative debate, there is a more granular debate which is important to have, and which shows that indeed, despite this macroeconomic impact, which might be slightly positive, we have significant job losses that will take place, especially in parts of the value chains and in regions that are specialized in the manufacturing of products that only exist in internal combustion engines vehicles. I think that despite the diverging views that we have among our organizations, we agree on that basic fact. And by the way, the three organizations that are represented in this panel have set up a coalition to ask for a just transition framework for the workers of the automotive industry in Europe. We left aside the tensions we might have on technologies, on business models, and so on and so forth. But the three organizations with ETUC, with CMET, the employer organization for the metal sector, and with the Just Transition Center, we all agree to say that, okay, we now have on the table the Fit for 55% package, which contains a series of proposals, legislative proposals to accelerate the pace of emission reductions in Europe, and especially in the road transport. But we do not have a similar strengthening of the social dimension, the social ambition of the EU climate package. And to properly manage the industrial change I was referring to 2 minutes ago, we clearly need to strengthen the EU policy framework for the anticipation of change. As Christian Blomqvist, my colleague, said, in some countries, Germany, for instance, with strong, well-established industrial relation systems, they are kind of well advanced and equipped to cope with that kind of structural change. But we also know that in other parts of Europe, other regions, or other parts of the economy or the value chain, workers and trade unions have not the same kind of influence, are not as well equipped as IG Metall is in OEMs in Germany. And to support the workers, the communities, and the regions to cope with the structural change ahead of us, there is a clear consensus, I think, on the need to strengthen the European legal framework to anticipate change. This is why we call for a just transition for automotive workers. Automotive workers have been left aside of the scope of the EU just transition policy so far. We want to bring them on the menu, and we want them, of course, to have a say in the conversation.
Okay, thank you. So I think that we have already a lot of about consensus and also tension. So I let the room. Do we have, because I have no questions so far in the chat. Is there a question? A question? Yes. Short, please.
It's a democratic debate. Thank you. The gentleman spoke about the market. What is the market? The market, Agora, in the ancient Athens, was nearby to the assembly of the people. It is dependent the one to the other. The market to speak, how the market can speak alone. The market, we guide the market, and the market is guided. Also, it's a dialogue, which we have forgotten about the dialogue. Now, the market, what does it want? It wants something from the science. It also wants something from the citizens' point of view, and also has the interests of the investments need to be done. So the market needs is a big discussion. About the slow transition, it must be a slow transition. Otherwise, the citizens who are indebted already, they are going to pay the experiment which is happening right now. So we have to discuss in Europe. We're not Chinese, we're not Americans, we're Europeans. We have to discuss. We have the technology. What to gain the competitive advantage? We have lost it because of the elites' investments in China and elsewhere, because they didn't hear us. So we have to gather again and to discuss. We have the technology. So we need to discuss about this technology, how it can be optimized, about the industry, the automobile industry, the batteries, we discussed about this, but also there are other things which I'm not going to mention because there are technological innovations which they are not implemented yet from anybody, apart from some people, very special people, and which can give a competitive advantage to our industry without the battery system. But this is not going to be discussed here. So I think that we, the Europeans, if we discuss in sincere ways all the parameters, all the stakeholders about what we want without the others, then we are going to gain for the benefit of the others. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Other question? No?
It was about the forecast, because of course a lot of this debate about forecast, and you all mentioned different reports by global consultant companies that did tell us how many jobs, how much value added, what is the market size will be, and so on. There are so many parameters that when you dive into that, I tried to do this exercise, you get lost very quickly. And there are one question that anyway, when I spoke with people from the industry, they basically tell me, well, if the 50 for 55 goes the way it goes, and you add to that the Euro 7 norm that is coming up for 2026, and you add that together, well, the internal combustion engine is just that. I mean, it's simple, we are not going to invest to make this technology work, knowing that by 2035, there will not be any more internal combustion engines sold in Europe. So that means that it will have, I mean, if these decisions are made, it will accelerate the transitions because, and I think we have all heard car makers saying, we are going to be fully electric by 2030. And they've made announcement going to that. And when you look at the platforms decision that they're making, which are the investment that define what kind of products will be on the market in 5 years, you can see that they are moving in that way. And I think that from the supplier perspective, this is a very frightening view because OEMs have much less to lose when they do these transitions than the suppliers do. So I guess that what your vision about that, because when I look at the BCG, also the Powerhouse Cooper forecast, they say, well, electric market share BVs will be around 40% in 2030. That was, they say 40, 45, plus 50% of PHV. But if the industry people I heard are right, and they say also that publicly, that would be more like 80, 90%. And then, so the old scenarios will change drastically. So that's my first question, is when I look at the forecast for the market, I'm not sure these forecasts are right because industry people tell me they're not right. But of course they can be wrong. And the second question is about both these forecasts anticipate that there will be a huge surge in the value added of the cars because you add electrification plus software and digitalization that is more value added. And at the same time, they say the volume of production will be stable, which means that we will sell the same amount of cars by multiplying by 2 or 3 the value added. I do not see how this is possible. So all these forecasts that says 500,000 job loss, for example, in 2040, they anticipate that the market in 2030 will be the same as in 2019. I'm not sure that this is right. So I guess that we need perhaps to dive more into this forecast and deconstruct as an artifact and try to at least think what are the key parameters here in order to anticipate what is going to happen. And so that would be my question. What you're making out of these different elements in terms of just the impact of, I'm just talking about the impact of electrification in the next 10 years on employment in the auto industry.
Okay. I was also a question because I think you all agree that we have to go to climate neutrality. That's, I think, that's kind of basic agreement between the three. But I think you can also agree that until now it was a disaster for the car industry. It's one of the sector not achieving the goal that they had. So my question is, what are the conditions now that you achieve climate neutrality, and you take the direction that we have to take, because that was the first slide that we had this morning. Say it's one of the sector where the emission of CO2 have not really decreased, on the contrary. So the path is not going in the right direction. You all agree that we have to arrive at the same point, but what are the conditions that this time we can have another conference in 5 years and say, oh, 10 years, and say, look, because it is medium term stuff. Look, now the car industry is really going in the right direction, and you know the actors, the institution, and the difficulties. So let's continue the same order. And if you want to reply to one of the two others, don't hesitate. Let's continue the debate. So,
I tried to make it as short as possible. There were many interesting points. The last one, the most interesting. Transport missing their targets. I think that merits unpacking a little bit. The regulation, CO2 standards for cars and vans, puts the obligation on car manufacturers to achieve CO2 emission reduction targets. The one that's in force, the famous 95 gram, is a continuation we are currently discussing. These targets have been met. The OEMs match these targets. So I don't see where we didn't implement the policies and the regulatory approach. I think what you meant is CO2 emissions from transport still are not going down. So whose fault is that now? Is that the fault of the industry? Are we doing something incorrect? We are implementing, or we are compliant with the rules, or are the rules not working properly? So I would now argue the rules are not working properly, because they are looking at a very limited piece, a very limited part of reality. It doesn't look at all the parameters that are relevant. So from our point, and this little piece is the emission that comes out of the tailpipe of a car. But we don't influence how many cars there are with that same regulation. I know that some would like that, and some in the political debate kind of tacitly agree if the regulation and the policy framework leads to a situation where we will see less cars on the road. And I think we are already on that way there. If you read the newspapers attentively, there are all sorts of announcements that OEMs are looking into reducing choice, reducing the number of vehicles, the number of models that you can choose from, and specifically on the lower end. Why? On the upper end, we have learned now in this latest new crisis, there are more margins. Margins are more attractive than in the volume segment. Also, what you said, regulation adds to cost. Euro 7 adds to the cost of making a vehicle. And we can pass on part of this cost, but not without limits. At some point, if cost goes high enough, if it eats up the margin, if we start losing money, those models are going to go away. One large, very large manufacturer from Germany, 3rd of April, I think in FT said, we are going to scrap a whole lot of the smaller vehicle models and focus on luxury. We are going to see then the big luxurious cars. That's a very small market. Margins are great, but not everybody can go in there. If that's the only way out, that means that not only small vehicles are going to disappear, it also means that some of the manufacturers are going to disappear. And then we are not only talking about 500,000 jobs in the supplier industry, then we start talking about jobs in the manufacturing of vehicles too. So how do we get out of there? I started criticizing how the regulation works. Again, let's look at the entire life cycle of the vehicles ideally. The battery production isn't CO2 neutral either. We all know this. The challenge is to make sure that the vehicle, including production, including lifetime and use during the lifetime, is climate neutral. And how do we do that? By making sure that the fuels and the electricity that we are using, as you said, for the electric vehicles, are in fact renewable. I would argue we don't have a shortage of renewable energy around the world. It's just not here where we need it in Europe. Southern Europe a little bit better than here. In Belgium, you need to have weather like this now, and it works better. The further north you go, the more difficult it gets. There are other regions where you have easily 3, 4, 5 times the availability of renewable electricity, renewable energy. Problem is, you can't make an electricity line from Patagonia or from Australia or Northern Africa. Maybe it works, but not everywhere. So how do we get renewable electricity, renewable energy from where it is to where we need it? Renewable fuels, for example. Not as the one-size-fits-all solution. It's not either or, but as a complement to direct electrification here in Europe, which also needs to be charged then with renewable electricity generated here. But we need to avoid that pitfall. And you said something interesting about import dependencies. I would argue the other way around. If we go for full electrification, we will be dependent on imports from China. It's either the batteries. Right now, the batteries come from China or South Korea, and it's companies that will benefit from that value add, or it's the raw materials. And even if we source the raw materials, there's a very interesting project sourcing lithium in the Rhine Valley. Very interesting. But to process it, it needs to go to China. If that doesn't work, and we have seen how quickly the situation can change with an invasion of Ukraine by Russia, that some had in the cards, that some warned of, but many didn't want to see. So I don't want to argue on that, but see how quickly forecasts, how quickly expectations, how quickly the framework conditions can change. And the same can happen with China too. So let's not get kidded. If we have learned one thing from what has happened in the past two months, we cannot be dependent on imports. We need to make sure that, and we cannot do without imports either, that's the problem. But we need to make sure that those are as distributed as evenly as possible. So, sorry, to go back to regulation, how do we do that in regulation? Let's make a step forward. Let's look at well-to-wheel emissions. Let's look at the energy that goes into a vehicle. Let's go away from the pure only electrification approach towards reducing emissions effectively along the lifetime of the vehicle. And then ideally, we have a technology open environment in which different technologies can compete.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I have a lot of points I want to come back on, so hopefully you will allow me enough time, but you can stop me if I'm going too long, and I can save something afterwards. I wanted to come back firstly on the point about the market, which has been raised a few times, and I think just to clarify something, I mean, it is absolutely the case that policymakers are trying to shape markets, and that is absolutely fine. We cannot leave the market to decide how to deliver climate protection. It makes absolutely no sense to do that. When markets fail, then we need to shape the market through policy, and that's exactly what the European Union is doing via climate policy. So I think that's absolutely not a problem, and that's absolutely what policymakers should be doing. Because leaving it to the market alone, we've seen what happens with industry who is not guided by climate policy or environment policy. Why would they have any? The costs are obviously not internalized, so it makes absolutely no sense to leave this to the market. So on here, I think, just to clarify, that we absolutely agree that you need to shape the market via policy. Coming to the point about we've lost the competitive advantage already on batteries electrification, I think that's absolutely not the case at all. I think it's been shown earlier already. I mean, we know that Bloomberg have shown that Europe came from a very, very low amount of global battery making capacity in 2019, 2020, around 3 to 4%. We are now catching up significantly, and in 2025, Europe is projected to have over 20% of global battery manufacturing capacity, a significant proportion as from where we've come from. The point about refining is, of course, an important one as well. We are seeing as more and more battery gigafactories are popping up across. I mean, you can't go a week without a new battery gigafactory announcement or investment plan. There is now refining capacity being set up as well in Europe. So obviously it is very important that we reshore as much or build up as much of this localized capacity in refining as well. We're seeing projects coming up in Portugal. So this is absolutely happening as well. The question on Fit 55, what does this mean? What are the conditions to reach climate neutrality? I think we're very clear that we support the European Commission's proposal that for Europe to be climate neutral in 2050, which is a legal obligation that they have signed, the European Union has signed up to now. The bare minimum for us to meet this climate obligation, very important climate obligation under the Paris Agreement, is that every single car and van by 2050 on the road, and we do need to massively reduce the car park on the road as well, absolutely, needs to be zero emission, tailpipe. And I'll come to the point on life cycle emissions in a minute. If you go back, the average age of a vehicle on the road, of course, this varies significantly between the Netherlands or Norway and Romania, of course, but the average age of a car in Europe is 15 years for a petrol or diesel car. So if you go back 15 years from 2050, then 2035 is absolutely the last date after which new sales of petrol or diesel or hybrid vehicles can be sold if Europe has any chance to meet this climate neutrality goal. So we're very clear on that. On forecasts, yeah, the question on forecasts, I agree. There's a lot of uncertainties, and as T&E, we're not in the business of forecasting employment, so I can't really comment necessarily on the details of different studies that have come. But I think, interestingly, though, a lot of the concerns, obviously, that have been raised by stakeholders on this issue. We've seen recent announcements, one yesterday by a very major German car manufacturer, saying there will be no job losses because of their shift to electrification. So we're seeing now on the ground actual words from companies saying there will be no job losses because of electrification. So I think, separate to the forecast, this is obviously an interesting development. In terms of apologies, I'm just trying to go over what I wanted to say. Yeah, in terms of, in terms of the issue about whether the regulation is failing or car makers are failing, obviously it's absolutely correct that car makers met on average the 95-gram limit. And actually, we have seen, because of the phase-in of the 95-gram limit in 2020 and 2021, a significant drop of CO2 emissions from new cars and vans. So the regulation is working. It is a very effective regulation, notwithstanding the significant loopholes that remain in the regulation around the mass, which has been explained earlier, which we certainly disagree with. We absolutely call for the removal of the mass adjustment parameter, which would go a long way to disincentivizing the rise we've seen of SUV vehicles and heavily polluting, emitting vehicles. But the regulation the car CO2 regulation is incredibly effective regulation and has worked very, very well with the phase-in of the current target, which in itself is not enough. We have been seeing, of course, a trend towards higher margin vehicles recently, and that is obviously a short-term impact of the chip shortage, for one, because car makers need to prioritize where they can make money, and that is obviously a short-term issue we're going to see with the chip shortage. But of course, on EVs, they need to, for now, electric vehicles are, of course, sticker price more expensive than ICE vehicles. Over the lifetime, from a TCO, total cost of ownership basis, they are cheaper to own. However, the important thing is that car makers are forced by the car CO2 standards, because of course they will only do what they're required to do by legislation, to continue to scale up production of these vehicles and bring down the cost via economies of scale, and that's how the market works. Policy makers need to shape the market and bring down the cost of EVs so that they're affordable and accessible for Europeans across the continent. And of course, the quicker they come into the first-hand market, the quicker they come to the second-hand market. I'll just finish now on the life cycle discussion. First point being that, of course, as I said earlier, under the regulation, electric vehicles or fully electric vehicles are classed as zero emission, but of course, over a life cycle view, you cannot class them as that unless they are charged fully on renewable electricity. But then, of course, there's embedded carbon in the production. One thing to say that, despite this, on a life cycle, apologies if I'm going over time, I'll be 2 more minutes. Even today, on a life cycle emission analysis, electric cars are 3 times better on average than petrol and diesel, and that includes being run on a heavily high carbon grid like Poland. Of course, the European grid will keep getting greener every single day, and by 2050 will be entirely decarbonized. The issue around renewable fuels and the position of CLEPA, there is definitely merit to be said in looking at cars across the life cycle and addressing the different elements. However, this should not be done and cannot be done under one piece of legislation, the car CO2 legislation. It is a very effective piece of legislation because it directly targets car makers and car makers only. If you look at the life cycle emissions of a car, you have to, and you want to regulate this, you have to regulate actors as diverse as recyclers in Asia, battery manufacturers, steel makers. How are you going to regulate all of that in a harmonized methodology under one regulation? It's just not, it's simply not possible. We absolutely should be doing this in different pieces of legislation. And for example, the battery regulation, which is currently being finalized in trilogues, is doing just that for the battery. Battery regulation will now ensure that batteries are recycled, even though they are recyclable already, that they have decreasing carbon footprint via the production process under mandatory targets which will come in. And of course, supply chain due diligence rules, which are of course crucial for making sure that there's no human rights or environmental issues across the supply chain. So this is the way we should be looking at the life cycle of the vehicle, by targeted effective legislation and regulations. On this last point as well, in fact, no, I'll leave it there because I know I've gone on too long.
Okay, Benjamin, we have also a question that perhaps for you, that's from Manuela from the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung, and they organize also fantastic workshop and conference on the car industry about how can we think to strengthen participation rights of the worker at European level. So I think you are the best place to answer in your answer this question too.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon, Manuela. No, the key conditions to reach carbon neutrality in the transport sector, and first of all, let's be clear. I mean, even though we represent workers in the automotive industry and more broadly in the manufacturing side of the transport ecosystem, we have to be clear and acknowledge that the only sector where emissions have been growing since 1990 is transport, and it's mainly due to road transport. From that perspective, it's obvious that there is an urgency to accelerate the pace of decarbonization in road transport. Otherwise, EU will neither make the 2030 targets nor the 2050 climate neutrality target. It's absolutely obvious. As trade union organizations, we have decided not to discuss these emission reduction targets, but rather to focus on the how. I think that Tommaso this morning used the metaphor of the train, which has left the station already, but sometimes we have difficult to see where the rails and the stations, the next stations are and will be. And this is a bit where we are. In terms of industrial policy, we believe that we need a coherent and comprehensive industrial strategy to cope with the decarbonization of road transport. For that, we need to ensure that enough affordable, clean energy will be available, mainly electricity. Other options might have a limited role to complement clean electrification. We also need, obviously, the infrastructures to be rolled out and developed at the same pace, or at the pace that will allow to reach the emission reduction targets. We might have also to discuss on carbon pricing and taxation instruments to complement regulatory policy instruments and CO2 standards for cars and vans, first and foremost. It might also make sense to open a discussion on modal shifts. The future of automotive and road transport is also taking place in a broader discussion about modal shift. And as Industrial Europe, we also represent workers in the shipbuilding industry, in the rail supply industries, and those sectors and the workers should have their say in the conversation as well. But there is also a strong social aspect. And for us, the social dimension is really a key enabling factor and a key requirement at the same time to reach the climate neutrality target. I will not repeat the figures, you all know them, showing the importance from an employment perspective of the automotive sector. We obviously need negotiated plans to steer and manage the transition at sectoral, company and regional level. We need funds to massively reskill workers. There are really striking figures in the BCG report about the number of workers that will have to be retrained in the coming decade. Up to 2.4 million workers will have to be retrained in the automotive supply chain in the coming decade to reach the electrification objectives and more broadly the emission reduction objectives. This is huge. This is not a business as usual task. It requires a framework, policy framework, and it will require funding. We also need to ensure that the shift towards low carbon mobility in road transport and in the automotive sector will not be the hallmark for a worsening of working conditions in the coming years. So this is, of course, a key requirement for us. So in other words, and to sum up, next to the need to have a broad industrial and investment framework to accompany the climate targets, we also need to have a strong, detailed and effective social framework to build a just transition framework for workers in Europe.
Okay, thank you all. We arrive at the end of the day. There is 1 minute to finish. I want to thank the panelists, and as is not the end of the story, we will have certainly other round, and I hope they will convince their fantastic boss to come to the next conference, so we will not have the shame to have an all-male panel. That's what we can hope. We will also send you, there is a lot of very interesting conference, and I think that there is a lot of activity from the ETUI, but there is also other activities, so we will send to all the participants the information about other activities, seminar, conference that are taking place in the coming weeks and months. So don't hesitate, I say to the audience, the panelists, but also to the online audience, to send us the information. In 1 week, we will send to everyone the detail. You want to say?
Yeah, I just realized that I didn't answer Manuela's question. But actually, I would like to say that as Industrial Europe, we are launching a Just Transition Manifesto on the 17th and 18th of May, and you will have the opportunity to know a bit more how we would like to increase the role of workers and trade unions in the discussion about how to shape and implement the decarbonization strategies.
So with that, we finished. As I said, we will continue at the Institute to work on that topic, and certainly with all of you in the network, and there will be different publication in the coming weeks and coming months. So thank you, have a safe return, and see you soon, and we can clap so because we are live audience. Est-ce que vous avez quelque chose industriel sur stratégie?